Okay, so I'm
We have development which might be of interest to you. We have developed hyper green hydrogen.
Καλησπέρα σας. Μάλλον όχι, δεν ακούγουμε. Καλησπέρα.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome to the Global Wellness. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I have to press some button here. Can you hear me? Yes. The interpreters can hear anyway. So welcome to the Global Wellness Economy Forum. We are very glad to have you here, and welcome to those who have joined online. I have the honor to invite Mr. Patoulis, President of Elitur, Regional Governor and President of Athens Medical Association. Mr. Patoulis. Dear friends, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning from Attica. I'm also addressing both those who have traveled from other parts of the country, other countries, and also online guests who have joined from all over Greece or Europe. It's a great honor receiving you here in this initiative of Elitur. So many distinguished personalities from the field of tourism, wellness, health, from Greece and abroad. At a moment of explosion in global tourism and wellness, now Greece claims as a country this transition from opportunity to success in this field. So welcome, everyone. We have the ambition for the first hybrid forum on wellness and economy to inaugurate a new era for Greek wellness tourism with your contribution. We want you as our collaborators and supporters in this effort. The goal of making Greece the dominant destination in the global maps of health and wellness tourism is claimed in the Greek Tourism Board for more than 5 years. So we have been making tireless and dedicated efforts because we consider this our duty, because Greece deserves this. And displaying our country as a health and wellness destination has to correspond to the popularity of Greece as a top tourism destination. In 2022, Greece has received record prizes. The Golden Award for the best European and Mediterranean destination from the US Traffic Prizes, the most popular country from millennials, among millennials, and Attica, because I have the honor of being the regional governor for Attica. So Attica has been highlighted as the top sustainable tourism destination in Europe for 2022 from the Global Travel Prizes. And it has won the first prize, top place, and among the European network of the WHO. And under the auspices of the World Organization, the ambition is to make it a top metropolis for health and wellness. With several of the speakers who are honoring us with their presence here today, we have had a common journey and we have shared the same vision and the same efforts. Dear Keith Pollard, we are still in the beginning of the initiatives taken by Elitur when in 2018 we hosted in Greece the conference of the International Review for Medical Tourism, and which you have been guiding very successfully. And since then, the Greek Tourism Board, Elitour Board, with a decisive presence in health tourism as a reliable cluster for the provision of medical tourism, has taken up dynamically the role of policy making and designing actions for the international recognition of this combination. So providing top-level medical services and wellness services in an ideal combination with high-quality tourism services. So what we call excellence, Greek excellence in medical tourism, we believe that by regular steps taken in this period, we are now in a position to address the global community and inform, starting with you, dear participants and speakers, so informing people that the Greek wellness and health tourism is now dynamically addressing the global travelers. As the Greek tourism board, Elitour, we have signed contracts and MOUs recently with the hotel chamber and of Greece and with the Athens International Airport, which had 23 million travelers in the last period. And we consider such partnerships golden partnerships because the Greek health tourism has a welcome desk from now on in the airport premises, and specific packages and privileges will be promoted to travelers, and those will be promoted to foreign travel or airliners and the Greek diaspora. And with the hotel chamber, we are establishing with Elitour travel packages, and we are promoting wellness services offered not just by hotels, but other also facilities in the different destinations. And we are trying to adjust our strategy to the global trends, wellness trends, which we are following closely. Personally, as the regional governor for Attica, allow me to state that I am particularly interested in one of the dominant trends which is emerging worldwide. For the Greek case, this is something that is of unique value because it connects the natural and historical advantage of our country, so spas and ancient thermes as a guide for travelers, wellness tourism travelers. The first spas of antiquity, the Greek spas, are active today and can be found all over Greece. So it's very important for Greece to know that there are international trends for developing modern spa cities, and in cooperation with the local communities, they are developing the natural environment in order to provide to wellness destinations the best possible and a diverse experience for visitors. Based on the the European Union, rather, for European spas and in the development of thermalism, Greece has a leading role because of the quality and also because of the big number of spas compared to other European countries. And this has drawn our interest, because in the post-COVID era, international networks request the assistance of experts and scientists to develop spas, because this is decisive for building better health and improving people's health. In parallel, the wealthy families and international investors are more interested in spas, especially buying hotel properties that combine also the provision of spas. The recognized spas in Greece are 48 at the moment, but there are 700 more under development, which are spread all over this blessed country, Greece. And we are doing a lot to this direction with the support of Elitur, but also on our part as Attica region. We have signed an MOU with Enterprise Greece, and Elitur has become the international mediator and partner for the networking of Greek and foreign bodies which wish to ally in common actions through the networking channels of Enterprise Greece. And we are also going ahead to mobilize regions and municipalities to organize spa tourism, health and wellness tourism under the programs that we are developing for the operators handling medical tourism. But we know that there is still a long way to go. That's why, on the international level, we wish to have the assistance of experts and experts on health and wellness. And in this effort, our ally is the Greek Ministry for Tourism and the world-renowned Hellenic Tourism Organization, as well as the European Investment Bank. We expect to hear the presentations of the senior executives of the bank. We thank EIB for its valuable contribution in the organization of this event and for their practical interest in supporting businesses to develop wellness tourism facilities. And to close, I wish to address our distinguished speakers from the Global Wellness Institute because we have been studying their reports here in Greece, and I was impressed to see that in the global map of the World Wellness Institute, it is mentioned that every wellness destination has something unique to offer, but Greece is not mentioned. And it is interesting to point out that this is the place where everything started from. Even the term wellness or euphoria, bliss, those were scientifically described by the fathers of Western medicine, and especially the ancient Greek doctor Hippocrates. Ever since the antiquity, the first spas of the West were the spas in our country, here in ancient Greece. The ancient Asclepiae, which were curing holistically the body, the soul, and the mind with the unique knowledge of treatment, therapy, and health, which has given birth to health sciences and wellness, the modern medicine. So we are claiming today as a country, Greece, we are claiming the identity of authenticity, the authentic wellness experience. And as you know, authenticity is a very strong incentive nowadays for the wellness travelers to choose a destination because wellness tourists through an experiential wellness travel, they are seeking to find traditional therapy practices, as indicated in world observatories. And Greece has been one of the first countries where wellness has been medically described as the habit of well living. This was described by Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine. He has described evexia as the best possible state of the mind and the body. the best possible state that a person can acquire and preserve. And yes, the major challenge for Greece, I firmly believe, is to make the Greek advantage of wellness authenticity a product, to turn this into a product. So, to close, I wish to thank warmly all participants. Greece has a lot to gain from the way it is evaluated with the knowledge and the valuable experience that everyone has. So to assess the Greek privileges, advantages of the Greek wellness case. And we are strongly interested in hearing all the presentations. And in my personal opinion, what lies ahead is very optimistic and very pleasant for tourism, and especially health and wellness tourism in the country.
Ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Πρόεδρε. Thank you. Andrea Moraru. Παρακαλώ την κυρία Ανδρέα Μοράρου, Regional Head της Ευρωπαϊκής Τράπεζας Ανασυγκρότησης και Ανάπτυξης, of EBRD, to join us on stage. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to welcome you at today's event, which aims to explore the new trends of the medical and wellness tourism sector in Greece, present the competitive advantages of the Greek companies, and highlight the investment opportunities for the development of the hospitality structure that offer health and wellness services in Greece. European Bank for Reconstruction and Development engagement in Greece started in 2015, and in a relatively short period of time, we have invested more than 6.4 billion, supporting more than 100 projects in the Greek economy, primarily in the private sector. We're very proud to have reached this milestone in a very short period of time, and we believe that the bank is very well placed to assist Greece facing important challenges in the years ahead. The bank's priorities in Greece are strengthening the private sector, supporting privatization, developing countries' infrastructure, especially in the green and renewable sectors, and regional integration of the Greek economy. This is the first sectorial event we organize in Greece in 2023 under the Advice for Small Business program. The program has been running in Greece since March 2018, and since then we have supported more than 160 Greek SMEs with tailor-made advisory support, whereas more than 500 SME and consultancy firms have participating on trainings in different topics. The program, and in particular this event, is funded by the Greek government through the Technical Cooperation Fund of Greece, with EBRD, which places significant importance on supporting the SMEs. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Greek government for the continuous support to our SME advisory program in the country. Greece possesses a number of qualities and inherent advantages which serve health tourism and can make Greece a top destination for international health tourists. The country's high-quality private healthcare services and facilities and excellent healthcare personnel can play a crucial role in that. But health tourism is not only about medical services the country can provide, it's also a unique combination of natural beauty, cultural heritage, and Mediterranean lifestyle that Greece has to offer, making an ideal destination for rest, relaxation, and rejuvenation. Given the dynamics of the sector and its potential as being one of the most extroverted sectors of the Greek economy, we believe that it can play a significant role in the growth of the economy. However, new priorities originating from the changing global trends in the sector, as well as shifting consumer behavior, creates both new challenges but also new opportunities. With this event, we aim to examine what these challenges and what are the trends are, to discuss solutions and recommendations to assist companies to enhance their profile in international markets, as well as to examine new opportunities in the sector. Closing, I would like to thank Mr. Patoulis and Elitur for their cooperation in organizing this event, and of course, all of you for joining today, And I really hope that you find this event interesting and useful. Thank you.
Ναι. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Να σας καλωσορίσω και εγώ.
Good afternoon. Let me welcome you all in turn. Welcome all our speakers from Greece and abroad. I'm Nikos Kouramenos, and I'm going to help with the running of this first session. It's a unique opportunity for Greece for wellness and wellness tourism. It's an opportunity that must not be missed, and have Greece on the world wellness map. As Mr. Patouli said, it's not yet obvious there, but it will. And I will now switch into English, if you don't mind me doing this, because all our speakers are English speakers.
It's a unique event for Greece, unique for the wellness and the wellness economy sector. And I do hope that Greece will grasp this opportunity because it's high time. Let me welcome our keynote speaker, Susie Ellis. Susie is the co-founder, chairman, and CEO of the non-profit organization Global Wellness Institute, considered the leading organization and research and educational resource in our industry. And she's as well the chair and CEO of the Global Wellness Summit, which is the leading event of this industry. Susie is a leading authority in our industry, and she is a leader at global events. She sits at numerous academic and industry boards, and she has made a great impact on global wellness trends and for identifying and defining the concept of wellness tourism. Her forecasts have been covered in all major media like Reuters, Bloomberg, Associated Press, Wall Street Journal, and New York Times. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome Susie Ellis. Thank you, Susie, for being with us, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm delighted to be with you. I'm coming to you from Miami, Florida, so it's quite early here. But I just have to say that I thought Mr. Patoulis's remarks are so aligned with what I'm going to share with you today that I think that's going to be very exciting. Just to let you know that I was in Greece just recently. In fact, I visited the Euphoria Resort in Peloponnesus. I don't think I said that right, but anyway, you know where it is. A fabulous spa resort, wellness resort, and I think a very great showpiece for Greece. And I've been to Greece before because my husband is actually, that's where his family is, even though his last name, our last name is Ellis. It originally was Iliopoulos. So I've been to Greece. I love the climate and the fertile olive groves, the hospitality, and especially the gracious and joyful people. So when I was asked to share some of my knowledge and thoughts about wellness tourism for your Global Wellness Economy meeting, I was really very excited about that. And so let me share some things that I've prepared for you. You should know a recent McKinsey study found that 79%, 79, that's a big number, of world consumers now report that wellness is important to them. And every market surveyed reported a big increase in the prioritization of wellness in the last 2 to 3 years. My guess is that you've seen that also. We at the Global Wellness Institute have seen it, especially after COVID. So I think Greece is exactly positioned to take advantage of this momentum. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, I'm with the Global Wellness Institute, and I just want you to know that we have a lot of resources that are available for free online. We have done many, many research reports. Mr. Patoulis referenced some of them. They are available. Just go to the globalwellnessinstitute.org website. But there's 3 research reports I wanted to bring your attention to in particular. One is the Global Wellness Tourism Economy, which I think does a very good job in outlining the way forward. The second one is Build Well to Live Well, which is the landmark research on wellness real estate and wellness communities, which I think Greece also has some interesting opportunities in. And then the final one is our recent report, which is Defining Wellness Policy. That's really focused on what governments can do, and especially a collaborative effort between private and public. So let's begin with some definitions. And here we go. So what is wellness? Wellness is the active pursuit of activities, choices, and lifestyles that lead to a state of holistic health. And you can see here, and I'm sure we're all in agreement, there's many aspects: physical, mental, environmental, spiritual, etc., of wellness. And just so you know, I mean, the wellness movement, which has been around for a while now, actually not, when you think about it, 10 to 15 years ago, you may not have heard the term wellness used a lot, but now it is everywhere. And that has brought some benefits to the world, to mainstreaming traditional modalities for prevention, the term self-care, destigmatizing mental health, moving from sick care to prevention. So there's been great advantages globally. Now, this is a slide that you may have seen before. This is something we're very well known for at the Global Wellness Institute, because we've put a framework around the wellness ecosystem. And I just want to point out each sector, because Greece has an opportunity in every single one of them. And starting with the largest one, beauty, personal care and beauty, physical activity, healthy eating, nutrition, and weight loss. Let me just say right from the beginning, the Mediterranean diet, that is an opportunity for Greece to come out and say, we can own this. This is us. Wellness tourism, you can see here, is a $436 billion economy. And that was much larger before COVID, and it's going to accelerate again very quickly. You see wellness real estate, mental wellness, thermal and mineral springs, which Mr. Patoulis mentioned. That is a very vibrant sector. Spas and workplace wellness, and then the traditional and complementary medicine and public health prevention and so on. And Mr. Patoulis also mentioned the history that you have, and that is something else to really trumpet. So what is wellness tourism? It is travel associated with the pursuit of maintaining or enhancing one's personal well-being. And this is a slide, actually I'm going to show it twice, because I think this is one of the most important slides for you to grasp. The medical tourism and the wellness tourism arena. The numbers for medical tourism are a little bit hard to come by, but our research has shown that approximately this is the billions of dollars of revenue per year for medical tourism. You can see these are 2019, before COVID. COVID is a little different, but hopefully we're past that. So you can see the tremendous opportunity in wellness tourism. And so keep that in mind. Here's the other thing to know. The global wellness tourists are high yield tourists. They spend more money. They spend more money, a lot more money actually, than regular tourists. And so keep that in mind. And in particular, it's the international wellness tourist that is really spending the most. So domestic also, but especially international. So your mention of attracting international wellness tourists is right on, spot on. The average annual tourism expenditures grow. You can see here that wellness tourism grows faster than all tourism, has been growing faster than all tourism. And we're seeing that post-COVID also. So as was said in the beginning, there is a huge interest in wellness tourism. So the fact that you are really targeting that, I think, is fantastic. This is the recent data that takes into consideration COVID. So you can see here what the revenue figures were, and then what the decrease was. In 2020, it was almost a 40% decrease because of COVID. But the projections from the Global Wellness Institute are for robust and increased growth. And we're excited about that, and we're seeing it already. Let's see here. Oops. Oh, okay. Okay, let's talk about the primary wellness traveler and the secondary wellness traveler. I think this is helpful to keep in mind. The primary wellness traveler is someone who is the sole purpose or motivating factor for their trip and destination is wellness. So for example, when I went to Euphoria, I was a primary wellness traveler. I came to Greece specifically for that, and so that therefore I would be in that category. The secondary wellness traveler is someone who seeks to maintain wellness while taking any type of trip. Now you can imagine that probably, and yes indeed, there are many more secondary wellness travelers than there are primary. And here is how it breaks out in general. 11% are primary and 89% are secondary. So your alliances with hotels and other strategic partners is a very good one. Here's something to know. This is somewhat historical, but it's very important to keep in mind that there is medical and wellness, and you can see that the medical arena has been more reactive. It's a conventional medically oriented approaches to solve problems, and oftentimes patients are those who would be participating in medical tourism. Wellness, on the other hand, is more preventative. It's more of an integrated wellness-oriented approach to improve the quality of life, and it's more proactive. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Now, this is the World Tourism Organization and the European Travel Commission in 2018 wanted to help organize this idea of health and wellness tourism. And so this is what they put forward. They are using the term health tourism as an umbrella term encompassing both wellness tourism and medical tourism. And under medical tourism, they talk about the use of evidence-based medical healing resources and services, both invasive and non-invasive. And they talk about diagnosis, treatment, cure, prevention, and rehabilitation. On the other hand, wellness tourism is more to improve and balance the main domains of human life, to engage in preventative, proactive lifestyle enhancing activities. And so you have fitness, healthy eating, pampering, the things that we saw on that very large, what we call the bubble chart. By the way, on that chart, I didn't mention that the full revenue per year globally for wellness is 4.4 trillion, which is a huge number. And that number has gotten a lot of attention in the media and globally. And it's partly also why people are very involved. So keep this in mind about health tourism, medical tourism, wellness tourism. When you look at this slide, it makes a lot of sense. It's very, very clear. But in reality, and I've already heard it this morning, a lot of times people use the term health tourism to really mean medical tourism. And that's because there's a history of that, especially in Europe, because health tourism did have a lot to do with thermal, and thermal had doctors. So, so there is some confusion, and but keep this in mind. The consumer is not confused. The consumer knows very well if they're going for a medical procedure or if they're going for wellness. So that's something helpful. And once again, just as a reminder, the medical tourism is much smaller than the wellness tourism. Now, this is an interesting chart, and this might be what Mr. Patoulis was referring to. Every destination has something unique to offer. And this is a chart that shows, for example, in Japan, there's onsens. In India, there's Ayurvedic retreats and meditation. Morocco has hammams. There's Turkish baths. There's in Mexico, there's the Temescal. And he is correct that there isn't anything that identifies Greece. And that you can make happen, I think, fairly easily. And we'll be happy to help you with that because I think you have some unique opportunities. And as already mentioned, the history, thermalism, the authenticity. And so let's change this chart and add Greece with its unique offering. Because we have been hearing from a lot of governments lately that they want to develop their wellness tourism, we have added something to our Global Wellness Institute website called the Geography of Wellness. And so I invite you to take a look at that. I think this is something Greece should be part of. And that's where you'll see, for example, here's Brazil that has had a chance to make itself more visible for its unique assets. And one of the things, and also Indonesia is part of that program, one of the parts of it is that we contribute the wellness economy numbers for your country, which we have. They're not in our general Wellness Institute reports because it would just be too many figures, but we do have them for Greece and would be happy to talk with you about how we can share them with you. As I mentioned, Defining Wellness Policy is our latest report because you are talking about government and private working together. I think this would be something good to also study and look at. In particular, one thing that's new in this report, where we've talked about wellness policy and health policy, now there's also the discussion about happiness and well-being policy, because that is in the zeitgeist also, and you'll see how that's an opportunity. This is the first time that a research report has looked at the wellness economy and some of the other categories. And you can see the very positive correlation here between the wellness economy and happiness and the wellness economy and life expectancy. So in other words, countries that are spending more on wellness for their citizens in all of those bubbles, workplace wellness, wellness tourism, and so on, do have these results, and that's very encouraging. Okay, this is what I thought were some exciting opportunities for Greece in wellness tourism. I look at Greece as having this fabulous history, as you know, the birthplace of democracy, the archaeological sites, you have UNESCO heritage sites, your Mediterranean climate, Greek mythology, which, by the way, Euphoria is using very successfully to communicate to their guests. There's religious festivals, your museums, beaches, and fertile valleys. Now, on the right side, here are some things that I think you could really, really use as springboards for being well-known globally. Clearly, you have high tourism numbers already. In fact, you've been on a list of, over tourism for some areas. So you already have a natural influx of tourism. So now you can take those tourists, have them do more wellness activities, spending more money, and also help these tourists go to other places, not just the places that are already popular. Mediterranean diet. This is something I would say you might want to look at. You could own the Mediterranean diet. It is known, at least in the US, and there's lots of diets and so on around the world, but the Mediterranean diet continues to get very high marks from the medical arena. And, people don't necessarily know what it is. And so the idea of coming to Greece and, really learning about it, experiencing it, I do think that is an identity that, quite frankly, I don't think any other country could really put that stamp on their country. So that might be something to look at. Eudaimonia, interesting that Mr. Petoulis mentioned that. Eudaimonia, that is becoming more well-known because of the happiness research. And that is something I really, correlate with Greece. Hippocrates, exactly right. You own Hippocrates. And so educating the world about that. And as said, your history, you can, the wellness concept, and actually really the medical and wellness together really is a Greek product. Euphoria Retreat Wellness Resort, that I would say that has become well known in the wellness arena because they've won awards and they are very thoughtful. They're, and I liken them to something that happened in Spain. Spain has Shaw Wellness. It opened, I don't know how many years ago, over 10, but they came on the map and they did a lot of marketing. There was a lot of PR, and it ended up putting Spain on the map for wellness. Before it was not there at all. So I would say Euphoria, you might have some others, but this one is the most known, I would say, in our circle, our inner circle. The natural springs that you were mentioning, that's something I don't think a lot of people, they think about Italy with natural springs, but I'm not sure about Greece, but you can change that. And then finally, I just mentioned Arianna Huffington and Agape, because you probably know them. They're celebrities, and they're very visible in the wellness arena. And they love Greece. They're from Greece, and they talk about Greece all the time. Celebrities are very, very valuable. And my guess is maybe there's an opportunity there to have them be spokespersons, at least where they are. They talk about Greece all the time anyway. So just a thought on that. And this is my last slide. And I just thought I would leave you with this. I personally have learned in my life that I like to swim downstream. I don't like to swim upstream because it's much harder. And I would say that something to look at is that for you, for Greece, wellness tourism is swimming downstream because you already have so many of the assets and you have the history. Medical tourism, on the other hand, is swimming upstream. It is not as large. You're not really known for medical tourism. And I do know that you have in vitro fertilization and you have some very, very good things, and fine to develop those. And that can be certainly something that is part of your heritage. But you're not known for it. It's going to be upstream to become very, very, very well known for medical tourism. So I end with that, and I just thank you for having invited me, and I'm looking forward to my next trip to Greece, and if there's anything we can do at the Global Wellness Institute, we'd love to, and we'd like to invite you to the Global Wellness Summit to meet other people who are doing similar things in different countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak at the convention. I know it's very early where you are, so yeah, it's even more that we do appreciate that. I don't know if there are any questions, if you take a couple more minutes. If not, we will proceed with the next speaker. You're very welcome to stay on if you want and if you can. Thank you once again. Να καλωσορίσω πριν από την επόμενη ομιλήτριά μας, την κυρία Ολυμπία Αναστασοπούλου, τη Γενική Γραμματεία.
And now Mrs. Olympia Anastasopoulou, Secretary General for the Ministry for Tourism, is invited.
Okay, we're all set.
Λίγο να μετακινήσουμε το λάπτοπ εδώ, να το κλείσω. Ναι. Καλησπέρα, good afternoon. Is Miss Ellis with us or did she leave? Because I would like to thank her as well and to let all of you know that In Greece, in the Greek Ministry of Tourism, we believe that Greece is absolutely strategically located as far as the global wellness economy is concerned. So I have prepared a speech that would be lengthier, but now we'll cut it short in order to focus on the state aspect. And I will turn to Greek.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the last years in our country, several alternative forms of tourism are being developed, such as cuisine, sports, medical, wellness, and so on. Out of all those forms of alternative tourism, health tourism is extremely potent because it can be all over the year and it can contribute in lengthening the tourism season, while at the same time it involves investment in new aspects, upgrading the level of provided services and upgrading the quality of the domestic tourism product. As you know, health tourism has to do with prevention, maintenance, treatment, and recovery of health using modern methods. It is about medical tourism, traditional spa tourism or thermalism, and of course wellness tourism. I shall go on with a few figures which have not been mentioned, I believe, and are very interesting. I will try to avoid overlaps with the previous speech. According to a study on the development of medical tourism in our country, carried out by the Institute for Social and Preventive Medicine with the support of the Greek Hotel Chamber, our country has remarkable comparative advantages for the development of medical tourism services. Apart from the exceptional climate and natural beauty that are favorable for treatment, is a highly touristic country with high quality medical services, especially in the private sector, an excellent scientific staff, and excellent hotel infrastructure, and also competitive prices compared to most developed countries of Western Europe and North America, while at the same time it remains a country which is extremely safe for foreigners. According to the same study, Greece could attract each year more than 100,000 patients, traveling patients with a revenue more than 400 million per year. This potential keeps increasing because of the continuous increase of tourists in our country. According to the Tourist magazine, our country is an ideal destination for medical tourism because of the modernization of infrastructure, transportation, high quality hotels, and especially because of the medical staff, which is of international reputation. In Greece, according to the Hellenic Tourism Organization, hospitalization fees are 50 to 60% lower compared to the UK, Canada, and US. While waiting lists are also much shorter compared to many other countries. And there are specific categories of medical services that have comparative advantages compared to other competitive countries. For example, ophthalmology, rehabilitation, plastic surgery, hemodilution, IVF, dentistry, and so on. So a realistic target for the state is to increase by 100,000 the number of tourists visiting our country for medical operations, so surgery or medical treatments. And based on the multipliers estimated by the Center for Planning and Economic Research, the impact on GDP will be 1.5 billion approximately. 500 million euro comes from tourism expenditure with a factor of 2.5, and then there is a 3.33 factor rate for medicine. And in terms of employment, more than 20,000 jobs will be the impact. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has changed significantly the priorities and the reality and the trends in global tourism. 2022 started welcoming tourists again, but a more sustainable and responsible tourism. Now we are focusing on choices that are environment friendly, health and wellness, which is highlighted in such trips. The spread of the pandemic, COVID-19, and the psychosocial impact of the pandemic on population have contributed in redefining the priorities of tourists, and now health and safety and security is a top priority, and people are more sensitive to sustainability. There is a very strong noise in the ears of the interpreters. Wellness travelers spend more compared to average tourists per trip, and this is true both for domestic and international travelers. The noise is horrible, unfortunately. This must be the mobile phone of the speaker, which was removed. Thank you. So wellness travelers, wellness tourists spend more per trip compared to average tourists, which is true both for domestic and foreign travelers. Even during the pandemic, in 2020, international wellness tourists spent $1,600 per trip, which is much higher compared to average tourists, while for the domestic wellness tourists, $619 per trip, 177% higher compared to average tourists. So you can realize the opportunities for the Greek state and for tourism in our country. Target markets for wellness tourism in Greece may include mature markets such as US, Canada, Europe, combined to other forms of tourism with individualized, customized packages per target market. And then emerging markets, China, Korea, have the philosophy of self-care or mind and body wellness. And also markets of Eastern Europe, where wellness is extremely popular. In the Ministry of Tourism, we are following up the international developments and the trends of the tourism ecosystem, and we believe that it is possible to increase the wellness tourism market share in our country by specific marketing actions to promote Greece internationally. It is important to correlate gastronomy with wellness tourism, using, for example, food and beverages as raw materials or cosmetics in the context of providing wellness services. We also realize that if we integrate spas, natural springs in facilities that combine, for example, sports for all ages, cultural activities, leisure activities for adults and children, this can promote spas in resorts where people of all ages can be hosted. As Vasilis Kikilias, the Minister for Tourism, has announced recently, we invest in thematic tourism because this will bring travelers with high income and high travel flows throughout the year. In this context, we are also preparing a law for spa tourism. This is an important legal intervention that will define first the framework for the operation of health and wellness tourism and the terms of reference for the private and public sector businesses that will provide such services. So I was very glad to see the initiative of the Ministry to organize this international forum. Thank you, Mr. Patoulis, for the invitation, and I wish every success to your works. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Anastasopoulou. We shall go on now with the next speaker. So there is a slight change. Mr. Keith Pollard will start first because Mrs. Anna Pustam was traveling, so we will give her a few minutes to get to her place. So we shall continue with Mr. Keith Pollard.
Back from a trip. So Keith is the editor-in-chief of the International Medical Travel Journal, and he's a healthcare consultant for Lang Buisson. He's an expert in private healthcare and medical tourism. And with this, I would like to thank Keith Pollard for accepting the invitation and for being here with us. Keith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And good morning from London, England, where it is a very, very cold, one of the coldest days of the year. And I know where I'd rather be, probably in Greece. Let me explain what business I'm in. I believe I'm in the business of building credibility and minimizing the hype. And we've been doing this within our business for more than 20 years, particularly around the area of medical travel, medical tourism, health tourism. And we do this through our journal, International Medical Travel Journal, the reports we publish on the market, our events and conferences and online forums, and of course through providing advice to providers. What I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes is talk about building credibility and minimizing the hype in the wellness business. Now, I have a question for you. Now, we have a Greek audience. Greece has a great history, and I'd like you to think about who you think is the Greek god of wellness. Could it be Hygeia? Or is it Asclepius? Now, I wonder how well you know your Greek mythology and your Greek history. Hygeia, described as a health nurturer, worshipped with the goal of keeping the patron healthy, and Asclepius, a hands-on healer who was prayed to for healing when one was suffering. So which of those is the god of wellness? Well, I think it's fairly clear. Two gods, each with a different focus in terms of healthcare. Hygeia with a focus on wellness, and let's call her the goddess of wellness tourism. And Asclepius, her father indeed, who had a focus on treating patients, making them better once they were ill. So here we have the god of medical tourism. So if we could get these two gods together this afternoon to have a conversation about wellness tourism and medical tourism, and Hygeia says to Asclepius, what can you tell me? What lessons can I learn from your experience of the medical tourism world? What would Asclepius say? Excuse me. So what lessons could Hygeia learn from Asclepius? Well, I think he'd make 3 points. He'd say this: avoid the gold rush mentality, avoid the failure to meet your investor expectations, and avoid, above all, do not fail to meet patient expectations. So let me explain that in a bit more detail. I've been around the medical tourism business for many years. This is an article I wrote in IMTJ back in 2010, 12 years ago, about the lessons from the California gold rush for medical tourism. And many of these apply to the wellness tourism market. In essence, in the California gold rush, the people who really made the money were not the miners, not the people going out looking for gold. They were all the people around that industry who sold the shovels to miners, who sold them the kit, who tried to tell them how to find gold, where the gold was. And that was true of medical tourism. And around this kind of supposed boom and the numbers that were being quoted about the growth of medical tourism and the figures that were out there, lots of people made money, but not actually the people who were running the services for patients. And there are certainly parallels there with what exists around the global wellness business and the wellness tourism business at the moment. This issue about failing to meet investor expectations, if people believe in the growth of a market, money pours in and people start to build and develop things. And here's a couple of examples of what happened in medical tourism. Here's a massive hospital that was built by a company called Healthcare International up in Scotland many years ago on the back of what it thought was going to be a medical tourism boom. And that here was a hospital that was going to attract a multitude of patients from the Gulf countries. Needless to say, it failed, and it is now a National Health Service hospital. And here's another one in another part of the world, is Health City Cayman Islands, that was built on the expectation of attracting thousands of medical tourists from the USA. It still exists, it's still there, but it has nowhere near met the expectations of its original investors. And finally, and really importantly, is the failure to meet patient expectations, to deliver what your customers and what your clients expect. And this issue around what happens when things don't quite work out as they expect. And here's a couple of examples. The issue for me is that in the media, in the newspapers and the magazines that people read, medical tourism has a bad image. Here's one example, is about botched foreign cosmetic surgery for UK patients. And it's not just in Europe. Here's another one about botched surgery happening in South Korea for Chinese tourists, and so on. And some of those issues are beginning to happen in wellness tourism. And we have to ask ourselves the question, will history repeat itself in wellness and wellness tourism? And what can we do to kind of bridge the credibility gap? Now, what we've seen in recent years is a boom in wellness therapies. I think Susie Ellis on a slide earlier on showed a map of the world with all sorts of therapies being offered in all sorts of countries, and there's a few featured here. There's clearly been a boom. There's clearly been a lot of boosterism in terms of how much this market is growing, how big it's going to get, how it is the next really big thing. The issue with that, as has happened previously with medical tourism, is we have a credibility gap. And we have to ask ourselves the questions of all these therapies and all these options for wellness tourists, which are safe, and more importantly, which are proven. And the credibility issue that wellness tourism face, and wellness in general faces at the moment, was summed up in this article. This is an article from the UK's Daily Telegraph. It appeared last week, and it asked the question, why are we spending 1.26 trillion in a bid to feel better? Now, there's a number for the wellness industry size. Who knows how big it is? There are a multitude of estimates. Some may be right, some may be very wrong. And here's a few quotes from this article. And this summarizes kind of what the issue is that wellness tourism faces in terms of credibility. The first quote, the wellness con. Why are we spending billions in a bid to feel better? Another one. The benefits of many of these treatments still exist only in the realms of the theoretical. The science, remember that word, the science is vague. And the last thing, the industry is crying out for some kind of regulatory framework. Anyone can share health advice, no matter how ill qualified or dubious their motives. And this is not just a one-off newspaper article. Part of the problem of wellness, it is not being driven by science. And to some extent, it is being driven by people like this. And it's social media and the influencers who have thrived in social media that have driven some of the credibility issues faced by the wellness business. And here's three examples, and there's lots more. Here, Davinia Taylor on the left of the screen here is a soap opera actress in the UK who talked about biohacking and how that had changed her. Here's from a few years back, a famous wellness warrior from Australia who pursued Gerson therapy to solve her cancer, eschewed traditional medical treatments and died. And again from last week, here's a fitness influencer who is lifting the veil on the toxic world of wellness. So there are some real concerns here. And it's not just influencers, it's famous people. Here's Gwyneth Paltrow, who you will have read about, and her health cures and goop remedies that she's been promoting. And this is an article again from just a week ago in the UK, the head of our NHS slamming this actress for the pushing out dodgy health fads. So there is a real concern. So the question we should ask is whether, if we could get our two gods to work together, could they bridge the credibility gap? And I think the answer may be yes. And I want to talk briefly, to finish my presentation, about what is probably best described as medical wellness, where you're bringing together the thinking of both these gods and the best of both worlds. Let me give you some examples of where I think those who are ahead of the game in wellness tourism are heading. And I'm going to take 3 examples. These are not the only examples out there. I don't have any association with them, but they're reasonable examples of what I think the future is of medical wellness. Some of you in the audience will have heard of Viva My Ear in Austria. And I've just picked some words from their website. And these are indicative of what I call medical wellness: daily medical supervision, combination of traditional diagnostics and therapy, and modern complementary medicine, medical competence and a holistic approach. And another example here, you may well have heard of Shano and their approach to wellness. Science behind wellness, state-of-the-art diagnostics and cutting-edge medical screening tests, a research-driven approach. And my final example, Pritikin, which is an interesting provider, a longevity provider as it presents itself, which focuses on being physician-led, scientifically proven, publishing 100+ papers in clinical journals to support its approach. So, to finish, what would our gods tell us? I think they would say we need to work together. They would say, don't believe the hype that surrounds the business. Be realistic about the expectations. And if you're thinking of adopting particular therapies within a clinic or a facility or within a spa perhaps, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And I think their final message would be along the lines of medical wellness. Let's work together and let's apply the science to make this a really successful venture. If you'd like to know more about our views on medical travel, health tourism, medical tourism, wellness tourism, please visit imtj.com. Thank you for your time this morning, and I hope to be in Greece in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for your insights in wellness and its credibility and medical wellness. And you're very welcome, of course, to stay with us for the duration of this session. Let me now welcome our next speaker, Anna Bjurstam. Hopefully she's with us, coming back from a trip and before another trip. Anna is another prominent figure in the wellness industry. She is the founder of Raison d'Être, the Swedish company with the French name, which is a global spa consultancy firm. And Anna is the Vice President of Spas and Wellness with the leading and very innovative hotel chain Six Senses. She's currently named as the Wellness Pioneer, which she really is. I know that personally. And she is the strategic advisor for Six Senses and IHG, the Intercontinental Hotel Group, where both companies belong now. She's a founding board member of the Global Wellness Summit, and I've had the great pleasure to work with Anna the last 9 or 10 years. She's a true mentor, And I know that the company, Raison d'Être, has worked with more than 200 spas in 70 different countries. So Anna, thank you for joining us. I know it wasn't easy, and let me welcome you to this convention.
Thank you, Nikos, and it is a pleasure to be here and honored to be invited to speak about the latest wellness trends. And I will probably contradict some parts of what Keith said earlier, although I agree with much of it because there is definitely a credibility gap. But I want to start with just with how the industry has slightly changed, not only for us, but for others, because this happened before COVID, that life changed and our needs have changed. We can see that on how we now work. We used to go to different locations and we worked, and then we went to gym, or we were social, we went home, and we went around in that rat race. And suddenly we do all in sometimes one place. Sometimes we go to work, sometimes we work at home. There are things that has changed, and we can also see, because this really puts the context to the wellness trends, is that where the values has changed, and since, for example, working hard for the future, it's about enjoying life now. Living in the rat race is not our highest value, it's to have quality of life. A lot of people are feeling lonely today, and therefore we need to have a tribe. We want to have a community. So these are a number of things that has shaped the way that we see our world today. And the world also, when it comes to wellness and medical, but we haven't really tapped into it, is that we now today live in a subscription economy. Everything we do, we subscribe to. And we can see that the goal for most of the apps that you self-use and many of the places that you go to is that they want you to be a subscriber. And whether it is Uber or a membership club. And it's a shift from products to relationship instead. So the relationship is more important than the product. And we've also changed how we buy goods, because we want outcomes, not ownership. That's why, for instance, we take an Uber instead of the car. We don't own a car, instead we use Uber. We want to go from A to B, but we don't need to own it. The same thing is customization. We don't want what everyone else have. We want customization. Now with the current AI boom and how ChatGPT and other are out there and being able to customize everything we need just for me, that is also something that's incredibly important for the wellness industry. So we can see that the best companies have reinvented themselves, but the wellness industry have not so far, but we are seeing a bit of a difference. So for instance, just to look at the fastest growing workplace is not a home or an office, but it's a coffee shop, a hotel lobby, or increasingly private clubs. So I'm going to talk about private clubs a bit, because with everything that I just said, and that many people are feeling lonely, they want a different quality of life, and they want to do everything in one place, you can see here on the slide that private clubs are becoming more and more important. These are just some of them. Some of them are old, like Soho House and Core Club, and some of them are very new, like Six Senses Place and Urban Retreat, the Conduit in London. And there's right now a huge boom. Now, what has that to do with wellness? Well, I'll tell you in a second, of course, but initiation fees is also, these clubs range from $0 to $150,000 and yearly fees of $1,000 to $65,000. I'm not talking about the normal health club, fitness club that you go to, but this is a membership club which combines social and wellness. And here is, I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Here's one called V Social Club. It's in Stockholm, my home city. I'm right now in Six Senses in Crans, Montana, that we're going to open in 2 weeks' time. So that's why you see me from my hotel room. But this is a paddle club with biohacking together with social and a wine room. And the minute this club was open, it was a huge success, because a community with paddle and biohack and social was something that was very attractive. Sorry, I'm just going to take a bit of water. This is a longevity club, and where we're using science, spirituality, and longevity, called Rose Bar. That's opening in Ibiza. It's actually the Six Senses Ibiza in April this year. So it's another example of a club. So it's just not that traditional. We have Six Senses Place opening in London later this year, which is, we work with a clinic, we work with social, we have a restaurant, we have a bar. People can both, so to speak, retox and detox. And it's a place for belonging where you can be together. And again, we see a huge rise of this. So I would say it's a social club with a whole lot of wellness and belonging. And so it goes on. There is a number of different clubs opening around the world with wellness. And the key here is that you put wellness into a subscription model. Now, spas needs to do the same. Some spas have somewhat lame membership clubs. Medical needs to do the same because you want that continuity. For instance, the examples that Keith showed, what they, all three of those really good health places, medical wellness places, what they often fail to do is that people come there for a week and then they go home and they take care of themselves. And then after a while, they feel the same as they did before they went. But what the key is for them to reinvent themselves is to make themselves a membership club where you can become a member to Chanel, and then you actually have follow-up every week at home, and then you go back for more wellness. These are the things where this industry is going to. Now, another trend I want to jump to is self-care. Hugely important. And that's, again, something that is with the subscription model, but people are realizing that they cannot rely on medicine and science to be well, because science and medicine study sick people. And the minute we get sick, we have a very long uphill battle. But if we can make sure not to be sick by eating healthy, moving, sleeping, drinking water, enjoying life, being with friends, that is the holy grail to both the medical and health and wellness. So self-care is booming around the world. And here's something where wellness tourism, medical facility, and wellness can actually be someone who provides the knowledge and have that credibility to provide the knowledge to let people practice self-care in a mindful way, because it's very much the basics. It's the basics of walking, sleeping, eating, and living mindfully. So this is a boom that is not going to go away. This is going to continue. And unfortunately, like what Keith said, we really want science. But if you look at it, and I'll come to the next one is, for instance, biohacking. Biohacking is absolutely booming. And there are some great science with biohacking. And to just have a context what biohacking is that it could be anything from cryotherapy to actually, and as well as having an Apple Watch or any other watch to read your biomicro data. Some of them are questionable scientific. It could be red light therapy, it could be infrared, it could be hyperbaric chamber. Now, some of these has really good science, some of them have not. But it's definitely what we see is a holy grail right now when it comes to the spa industry. And we have pure biohacking facility opening all over the world. You have Upgrade Labs, you have Restore Hyper Wellness. Those are opening hundreds of shops right now in the US. And there's many, many more coming across the world. Where I'm at right now, and I will just show you a picture of myself the other day here in Crown, Montana, where we have opening a biohacking recovery lounge. This is me sitting and working in my hotel bed. I have a red light face mask and I have a pulse electromagnetic field infrared seat. And this simply because I was out skiing, because it was such beautiful skiing. So my face got a little burnt because I forgot the sunscreen, which one should not forget. So I put on a red light mask for a couple of days and it calmed down the skin, and the science is there. And the PMF seat is just to basically heal. And there's not so much with infrared and pulse electromagnetic field when it comes to science. So the biohacking is here to stay. And it's a way also where you don't need the wellness staff intensive services where you have one-to-one. You can have here in Crown, Montana, for instance, we have a biohacking recovery lounge with 8 stations with 1 staff. So we can have 8 guests at the same time with only 1 staff taking care of them, of pretty high, expensive treatments, and they can give you a lot of help. And for instance, the Normatec boots that we use in almost every one of our locations, which are compression boots, if you go out skiing, hiking, biking, it will help you to recover faster. The research and the science is there. So biohacking is nothing that will go away because there's always science and data, but then there is anecdotal, just that we saw before. Biohacking saved my life. It might have not, but there is a lot of science and data. Now I want to talk a little bit about spiritual well-being. This is also something that is absolutely booming because people are feeling lost. Now, it's something that medical science has never looked into, or they have, but they can't quantify it, is love. And if we look at love, love can make us sick. It can heal us. It can make us happy. It can make us sad. It can make us depressed. It can make us the happiest person on the world. The number one thing we live for in the world is love. And yet, the medical world and the science world, which I support a lot, but it's not the only answer, is that they cannot use love as a part of medicine because they can't quantify it, they can't explain it. So just like the Newtonian science, the Newtonian physics cannot explain the world, and that's why we have quantum physics, also love has a place. So while medicine is amazing and it helps us so much, we also need to look at a much wider screen. And what is spiritual well-being? Just to give you, if you haven't heard the coin before, it's not being religious in any way. It's about having a relationship with yourself, your heart, your soul, who you are, that you need a purpose. There's actually quite a lot of science about this, because if we look at the healthiest communities, the blue zones in the world, one of the most important factors for them that they say is ikigai. Ikigai means having a community and a purpose. So, and there is, when it comes to meaning and purpose in life, a lot of research has been done in that, and we can see that it's incredibly important, but people feel lost today. And therefore, and I think every one of you listening to this is that you need purpose, you need value, you need to love yourself, you need to love others in order to be happy. We know that there's no medicine in the world, no longevity in the world that can help us unless we have that. So spiritual wellness is just starting with gratitude and many other things that you need to practice every day to boom in the world. And it's probably haven't heard spiritual well-being, but it is something that you will hear a lot for going forward. Then there are some more trends, and I'm going to end with these slides. Longevity is, we know now today that we do not have to age, just because, for instance, I did a DNA methylation a couple of months ago, which is a Horwath clock on looking at what is my biological age and not my real age. My real age is 52. I was 46, if I remember correctly, which I was very happy about, but I want to get younger, and I can. And there's lots of therapists that can get that. You have regenerative therapists, these like stem cells, peptides, plasmapheresis, that's booming right now, exosomes, and many others. So that's a big trend. We just have to be very careful and follow the laws and the science, because these are medical procedures. But we're also seeing a boom of shamanism and energy medicine, because as we have a physical body, we also know that we have an emotional body and an energy body. And again, medicine doesn't only look at this. So people are right now looking outside and seeing, okay, what is it out there that I cannot see? So psychedelics has a super big, and we have Oregon now and Colorado now, and as well as the Netherlands, allowing people to come for the retreats supervised by trained professionals and then they get enormous good results with depression, PTSD, suicidal, all these various things, even with Alzheimer's. So that's something that one has to look at, and as this become more legal around the world, we'll see this boom. Mushrooms as well, medicinal in every way, shape, and form. You have Louis Schwartzberg's beautiful movie, Fantastic Fungi, and many others that showed the magical powers of not magical mushrooms, but medicinal mushrooms. Recovery, people are PTSD, or I rather call it PTG, post-traumatic growth, because it is an opportunity to grow. So recovery is becoming incredibly important. People are tired. It's been hard a couple of years. So vagus nerve stimulation, nature, and then of course brain wellness. Preventative and curative is just booming. So I'm just going to touch on them because we had such a short time. So with this, I hope you got a little bit of inspiration of what the latest wellness trends are in my world, and I am very grateful for having your time for these short minutes, and wish you a very good day.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your valuable insights. And I know you're on top of all the wellness trends globally. If you can, please stay on. I know you might be traveling, but if you can, please stay on for the session. And thanks again for being with us. So let me introduce the next speaker, who is Andrew Gibson. Andrew also comes with a tremendous wealth of experience and knowledge from the global wellness industry and the wellness tourism industry. He is the chair of the Wellness Hall of Fame. He is also a board and founding member of the Global Wellness Summit. He is the founding chairman of the Wellness Tourism Association and a member in various committees. He has served as Global Wellness Director and Vice President in major hotel chains such as Accor, Fairmont, and Mandarin. So, Andrew, thank you for being with us, taking the time to be with us, and let me welcome you to the floor.
Thank you very much, Nikos, and thank you for this event, which I think is extremely interesting. Some very diverse opinions and perspectives on tourism. And one of the things I want to start with before I get into sustainability and regenerative travel and tourism is to actually say tourism is all about experiences. It doesn't matter whether it's medical, wellness, or whatever. The better the experience, the more memorable the experience, the more likely it is that the guest will return. And we are in the experience business. So I'm going to cover the topic of sustainability and regenerative travel and tourism. The concept of sustainability.
Are you still with us, Andrew? I think we're trying to reconnect. Just give us a couple of minutes. I think we're trying to reconnect with Andrew Gibson. Okay, I think we're back.
Yeah, everybody can hear me and see me and see the screen.
Sorry about that, Andrew. Maybe it was from our end. So please carry on.
Okay. What I was trying to say was I actually don't have a screen for you. I was going to give a talk, but these are the topics that I'm going to cover. What is the difference between sustainable and regenerative tourism? A shift to regenerative tourism, the relevance of this for tourism in Greece, relevance to this particular forum, and quick wins, success factors, and the role of tourist promotion. The actual concept of sustainability has been around for some time. In fact, in the 1980s, I studied a concept called environmental conservation, and that was the precursor to sustainability. One of the first studies I did was actually to look at Mount Snowdon, the highest mountain in Wales, and to look at how we could get 3,000 hikers per summer day up the mountain with having access to a natural environment whilst minimizing the erosion to the mountain. Today, sustainability has reached such a heightened awareness and is covered in the recent World Economic Forum and within the United Nations. The United Nations has identified 17 areas of sustainability. known as SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. In simple terms, sustainable tourism refers both to the method of travel and to the values and tourists' demand for resorts and locations with a commitment to those SDGs highlighted by the UN. But to keep within the time frame of this presentation, I'm not going to cover the method of travel. I'm going to focus on how Greek tourism and Greek operators can create a market that goes beyond sustainable goals and moves towards regenerative goals. So what is that difference between sustainable and regenerative tourism? The key difference is one of intent. Sustainable tourism aims to have a minimal impact on the environment. As I said, it's well documented and outlined by the UN's 17 SMGs that govern the future health of people, planet, and profit. The key words there are minimal impact. Regenerative tourism engages the tourist in activities to leave a positive impact on the place of visit. Think of this as sustainability 2.0, where not only the impact is minimized, but the outcome is a benefit to the local people, planet, and profit. And the key words there are positive impact. Now, I found 11 articles relating to sustainability on the World Travel and Tourism Council's website, but nothing on regenerative tourism. Interestingly, Greece does have a company called Regenerative Greece, which has 1,936 followers. In essence, we're at the start of any focus on regenerative tourism, although there have been some people practicing it for some time, such as Kamalaya in Thailand, and quite just possibly Adronis concept in Santorini. The term regenerative is a new term to describe the improvement rather than maintaining the status quo. But that choice of word regenerative in itself is widely open. In fact, the World Travel Market refer to it as responsible tourism. In their definition, it's about using tourism to make better places to live and better places to visit. But we are seeing a shift to regenerative tourism, and it combines with wellness tourism very neatly. And whilst there's no binding requirement for anybody to use sustainability to engage in self-declared goals, or even to use it as a marketing tool, there is a rising consciousness of the well-being consumer, and there is a political pressure on authorities to adopt laws and regulations to meet the SDGs of the United Nations. And that has resulted in almost every hotel and resort operator declaring some form of sustainability programming. However, at the recent World Travel Market last November, it was pointed out that despite all this talk of sustainability, it only ranked about 7th in importance when choosing a vacation. The key drivers being location, price, ease of access, language, and value. So why is there so much focus? And why should sustainability or regenerative tourism be relevant to the medical and wellness industry? Well, despite the reality that tourists make location, price, value higher priorities, doesn't mean that they're not interested in sustainability. In fact, according to my McKinsey research that I've seen, done in 2020 with UK and German participants, around 60% of the respondents stated they're more committed to changing their lifestyles and taking responsibility for seeking companies that have the same values. And declaring a position and acting on sustainability is not only necessary in terms of satisfying your customer demand, but I believe it's morally and ethically correct to have a vision and focus on sustainability. And if you're going to take that position, then apply the practices of regenerative tourism to be the very best you can. And how is this relevant to the tourism or future of tourism in Greece? Well, as we've already seen, the Greek tourist industry is well established and is a country blessed with natural resources, climate, and lifestyle to attract tourists from all over the world. In fact, tourism accounts for 25% of the Greek GDP, according to Alexandros Vassilikos, the president of the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels. So it's therefore crucial that tourism remains relevant and aligned to the values that tourists are seeking. Any operator within the tourism sector needs to have a policy and standards that covers both wellness and sustainability. And we've seen from my colleagues today speak about wellness tourism, and the speakers that follow are likely to cover the special opportunities that Greece has. So for the remainder of this presentation, I shall outline the success factors and the quick wins and the role of the tourism associations and departments. So let's start with the success factors. For the last 30 years, I've been the odd man out in the hotel industry. As the global head of spas and then wellness or well-being, I found myself in a world that clearly didn't understand my language. It's still difficult to convince hotel owners not to put the spa in the basement, and that wellness does make money. And as a champion of sustainability and regenerative travel, it's even more difficult to persuade owners and operators to take responsibilities. However, along this journey, I found a few critical factors that enable financial and marketing success and produce genuine results that benefit people, planet, and profit. First one is leadership. If the person at the top is not convinced and they don't fully support sustainability or wellness, then the chances of success are reduced. The team below will see that the leader has other priorities, and therefore they will focus on those efforts. Involve at the grassroots level. Once the leadership does support, then often the grassroots shoots begin to sprout. And employees come up with fantastic suggestions and opportunities that strengthen the entire project. Often the success is far greater than the expected results due to an overwhelming support and drive of the employees. Therefore, create committees and platforms for these ideas to flourish. Third is goals. The old adage, what gets measured gets done. You need clear goals, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time-bound, to give everybody something tangible to work on and provide a direction for the company. And lastly, viability. Any initiative is likely to succeed if it's financially viable. However, it doesn't always have to make money, and a project can show success either through marketing and awareness, attraction of more customers, awards and recognition, less staff turnover, and many other non-tangible measures that put the operator in a good position. So let's look at a few quick wins. As stated, Greece has abundant resources and conditions that attracted tourists for centuries. Tourists are seeking locations that align to their values, and we've seen that wellness and sustainability are values that align with most tourists, even if it's not always a factor that influences their choice of destination. However, if location, price, and value are no longer a barrier, then the tourists are going to choose locations that have a wellness concept in place and have sustainable practices. Progressively, more tourists are going to look for locations closer to home and that support the local community. The closer to home option is a completely new topic and has massive implications on domestic and regional travel, but I don't have time to cover that particular topic. So here are a few genuine quick wins that will apply to attract the conscious, well-being traveller and also benefit the local community. The first revolves about people and profit. Recruit local employees wherever possible. Employ based on attitude and train, train, train. In 1990s, I worked in Oman at a hotel voted #1 by Condé Nast, and we had departments with 90% Omanization, where the average young Omani had perhaps only 2 years of education. Through employment on attitude and extensive training, clear goals and vision, we were able to deliver to the expectations of our international guests. It reduced labour costs but it also had other multiple success factors because the local employees had pride in the local traditions and cultures, and they knew about community activities which benefited the guests and supported the local community. The second quick win is genuinely source and use local produce, whether it's for food or for operational supplies. Guests are more amenable now to locally grown in-season produce, and as we've seen, Greece has one of the healthiest food cultures in the world. It's vital that it's genuine. To go the extra mile, it might be worth investing in a farm or working with a local farm. This gives the opportunity to engage the guests to visit and participate on a farm, which is very, very therapeutic for the guest. And then the third quick win I've got is get involved with heritage and other restoration projects. Greece has a fantastic history, and as we've seen, it can arguably be called one of the founders of both the medical and the wellness industries. With modern spas looking remarkably like ancient Greek thermes, and the accreditation of Hippocrates with the saying, "Let food be thy medicine," Greece has a head start for wellness, medi-wellness, and medical tourism. Projects could be in the form of heritage restoration or replanting indigenous vegetation. Working alongside local authorities and antiquities provides the opportunity for your guests to engage in something positive, and the power of giving has remarkable effects on the well-being of an individual. The added advantage of this is the activities continue and often guests return to see the progress of the project. So I will finish with roles of the tourist promotion. If you're an operator and you wish to embrace sustainability into your operation, then go a stage further and extend to regenerative tourism. To do this, you need to outline a philosophy and decide where your focus will be. You don't need to do everything, but you do need to have a focus. Often, the easiest start is to employ and train locally and create a committee to engage local activities in a support system. Yes, that requires more commitment to employment, training, and support systems, but surely isn't that relevant today? The policy can be used to help your marketing business and attract customers, but it's also a useful tool to build into your business plan for your investors and direct and communicate the strategy to your employees. Once a culture is started, it tends to get stronger and includes repeat guests that feel part of the community and part of your resort. If you're an association, tourist board, or a government, then my next few comments and suggestions relate not just to your position on sustainability, but also on wellness. For tourist boards and associations, there should be inclusion of wellness and sustainability in your philosophy and in the direction of your association. The level of immersion and inclusion is up to the association, but it should not be ignored. In my experience as chair of various boards, it's also important that that philosophy clearly states the position and the values of the association. I'm currently working with a number of tourist boards and government departments to help determine what is actually available in their region, how to categorize those services, how to establish standards, and identify wellness tourism opportunities to be able to be marketed. Terminology is critical at this current stage of development, as we've seen. Medi-wellness is a relatively new, and as with the term regenerative tourism, there's still a lot of vagueness about the concept. I completely agree with Keith when we're talking about credibility. I'm very pleased that he outlined a few examples where it's happening. Medi-wellness is the convergence of the medical tourism and wellness tourism, and it is going to have some successes and it's going to have some failures. But the terminology is critical. Generally, there's both industry and public confusion on that terminology. And quite frankly, there's a biased and liberal use of the terms sustainability, health, medical, and wellness tourism. The bias and often framing of those terms is led by a particular body wishing to stake out a claim on this competitive field. Misleading descriptions and claims of sustainable or medical wellness practices create confusion also for the relevant ministerial support. For example, whilst it's clear that maybe the granting of licenses for medical facilities falls under the Department of Health, which department would do the licensing for a hotel with medical wellness spa offerings that include consultations, or blood samples, or cryotherapy? My recommendations to tourist boards and associations are to agree on clearly defined philosophy for sustainable wellness and with definitions and standards that will help each government agency determine their commitment and support. Those standards will provide credibility to the association and to the members and ensure that terms such as regenerative tourism or wellness tourism are genuine and not just a marketing tool. It will help define the Greek approach to these rapidly expanding segments of tourism, and it will be inclusive of both medical and wellness services. I hope you found that useful, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much
I
for
think
your
you'll have to
insights.
stop sharing for me.
Okay, thanks a lot. And if you can, also please stay on to see if there are any available
Yes.
comments.
Yep.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I move on to the next speaker, I wanted to say we have a comment from one of the many online attendants about the thermal springs, how many superb thermal springs we have, from Maria Thina Papathanasiou, and how many have been are being used, how many are certified, and I'm sure Dr. Konstantinos Kouskoukis will touch on that later in the third session. So moving on to the next speaker, Laszlo Pucko from Hungary, another familiar face and well-known persona in the wellness world. Laszlo is an international expert in the health, wellness, and medical travel. He has led benchmark researches such as exploring health tourism for the United Nations World Tourism Organization and the European Travel Commission. He has written several benchmark books and articles on health tourism and destination marketing over his 25+ years career. Laszlo, thank you for accepting the invitation and being here with us today. The floor is yours.
Efaristopholi, Kalispera, everyone. Thank you very much for the great invite. And since a significant part of my soul and heart lives in Greece, since I think we just clicked some 20 years ago or so, I'm more than happy to discuss this topic with you. And it was great to have all these esteemed colleagues before me introducing various angles to the discussion. And I believe I'm going to take you on a different kind of level to the discussions, and I'm sure it's going to be a great platform as the session ends soon that you can take on for further negotiations and also product development. One more note, really. A couple of years ago, I had a fantastic talk to Dr. Akistis Agio, who has already started her work on Hellenic wellness. And it was a great opportunity to learn from her how she looks at it. And I'm sure many of you, or most of you, know her work and her intentions to create something that is really very typical and really critical to the development of wellness and travel to Greece as such. I think it's rather important to talk a little bit about how so far the discussions we had, they were most about the high end of the market, because Euphoria is a beautiful place, it's a fantastic programming, but it's not exactly representative to what Greece can do or probably should do. And the same as to all the other properties that have been mentioned or named in the last hour or so. Especially looking at post-COVID, what people look for and what destinations can offer for them, and continuing the discussion that Keith and also Andrew started, but contributing to communities and contributing to the actual travelers. I think we need to go a little bit beyond and not looking at high-end properties only. And then you will understand by the end why I'm mentioning that, since we need to be able to provide services, programming, or value proposition, if you wish, to our customers or to visitors, which may not even be labeled as wellness or medi-wellness or however we want to call it. It's not the labeling that counts, more like what it does to the customers. Pre-COVID, we had the understanding that we had healthy services, we called it self-gifting, we had hedonism, leisure and recreation activities, healthy options in destinations and hotels. And also we have the health tourism part, which is the medical or the wellness part. It's all fantastic, and we know that people were very happy to have healthy services. If they've offered, they didn't necessarily want it or look for it, but they were happy to have it. Whereas in medical, often people don't want to travel, but they feel the need that they should because of their biological as well as psychological health. Whereas in the wellness part, it was the I want to, I deserve it, I want to. What's changed post-COVID is that the happy to changed to want to. So just confirming what Anna or Susie mentioned earlier, if not the demand per se, but the interest was certainly representing something else 5 years ago and represents something different now. People are more open to learn more about what's available, may not necessarily buy it, but they are very happy to learn about it. They even look for alternatives, which is a great opportunity to any destination, any hotel, any resort, any island, to create something and to offer something that contributes in a closer fashion to the well-being of the guests. So I was invited to talk a little bit about what the world is doing, and Susie had a great map of some of the highlights, but I want to give you a more systematic review of the situation. And one of the assets that we look at is the natural assets, obviously. And that can be all sorts. This is Tsunamushi from Japan, which is volcanic sand along a beach where people can take a treatment, can try, and it's good for skin and also good for detoxification. But also it's a great excitement to the tourists to try something like this. Obviously, this is something which is very traditional to the locals, but visitors may look at it as an exciting option that they can do. But certainly it has the individual impact to the guests, on the guests. Or alternatively, we can go to South Korea and you can have a red clay trail on the Gyeoksan mountain, which is a great fun thing to do, especially for young people, because the acupressure that the mud does on the soul of the people would have the necessary physiological as well as vitality impact. These are not labeled as wellness experiences, especially not the red clay, but we know the impact of that activity. And we know that it has a direct impact on the physical state of the person, but at the same time, it's fun. And I think that's often missing. If you recall the images that you have seen so far, most of those were like temple-like facilities. They're not exactly for fun, as especially Generation Z would like. So we need to look for alternatives that people are happy to get engaged in, but at the same time would have a bit more fun there. Beyond natural assets, we can have subcategories, which is location-based assets, which are provided as they are, such as this fabulous location in Costa Rica in Tabacon, Termales. This hot spring is a natural hot spring, and I believe you can understand how amazing this is when you are floating in a natural hot spring in the tropical rainforest without necessary services, just the actual opportunity to do that. So obviously that can be one way to do it when it's provided in situ or on site. Is great because you cannot export them. No one can copy it. So it's really location based, and in a country situation or destination situation, that is essential, which is yours. This is your legacy, and it cannot be transported, even exported. You have to go to the place to actually experience it. We can of course have purpose-built facilities, and I wanted to use this one, which is a thermal bath. It's my town from Budapest, since I'm sitting in Budapest right now. is one of the historic thermal facilities, which actually turned to be a tourist attraction and less so as health improving or well-being improving facility. It became something like something that looks great on Instagram, which is certainly a challenge to the management as well as to the city. Going beyond the natural assets, we need to mention the healing systems. And for example, thalassotherapy, which actually Greece is relatively well grounded, because it's not just a service, not just a location, but it's a healing system. And obviously having all that many islands and the coastlines, as well as thalasso-specific properties, Greece is well established to claim a little bit more in the field of using anything to do with the sea. Since we obviously need to know that you can provide thalasso treatments anywhere you are, but you cannot call yourself a thalasso facility if you are further than 500 meters from the coastline, which is again something that's great because that's very much destination specific. Looking at culturally defined assets, again, I need to mention healing systems. And one of those is obviously something like the 8 branches of Ayurveda, which has become recently an export product coming from India, but also from other parts of the world now. And they have their variations and they have the adapted varieties to the locations, but it became a global export product coming from India. And also we can have happiness systems. And briefly, Anna mentioned one of the, but I want to quote a little bit more than that. We spent significant amount of time and looked at 42 different happiness systems from all around the world. And to help you to get acquainted with this, let me highlight Meraki, which I believe most of you, all of you know what it means, but it means very little to tourists because they don't necessarily understand that. Or I could have mentioned Ataraxia, which is again something that has been around for quite some time. And the question is how those amazing happiness systems can be translated to guests, how they can be influencing service development or even destination development. This is something that we need to go more deeper and understand how they are transferable or convertible, because people don't live there, so they don't necessarily know how to live this way, but they can have at least a little understanding of it briefly. And what makes it even more specific for this topic is that I wouldn't necessarily go as far as saying that Hellenic wellness or Greek wellness, but I'm more interested in personally as well as professionally looking at how the islands differ, because they are. And obviously Skiathos is very different from Antipaxi, and so it should be. And this is something that the islands can work on. Obviously, the very foundations of service development and product development are very similar fashion, but the islands can add their own ways and they can create their own understanding of wellness, which I believe is a fantastic opportunity given the large number of islands that Greece has, that you can create the locality and the local wellness stories. Obviously, we have concept-based assets that have nothing to do with where they are. They are lovely locations, but they are based on concepts. And I think Andrew mentioned, Keith mentioned the Viva Maya. I am as an ethics Maya system, which is about detoxification. And you can have now various resorts applying that, regardless of almost which location we are talking about. And this is when we can go back to ancient healing systems, and that can influence a new way of looking at balancing vitality and lifestyle and all related concepts. You can create these kind of concepts. And also we have the property and brand-based assets, such as, again, may I quote, probably many of you know Skiros, but not the island, but Skiros Holidays, that all about creativity and joy, and they don't call themselves wellness necessarily anymore. They talk about a different level of engagement when people visit. And also, which is a brand related, the 5 elements, let's say, in Bali. These programming and these facilities very much location based, but the philosophy can be applied to other destinations as well. These are all fantastic and all brilliant, but I think one should mention the fusion, which is happening nowadays, that we are combining natural and concept and culture and create so far non-existent wellness programming. And I need to quote for example, the Celtic yoga, which has, you might say that what on earth this gentleman is doing is basically the combination of traditional yoga with Highland culture and doing it outdoors. And obviously you need to wear a kilt to do so. And this person has become, and his movement has become a big thing, if probably nowhere else, but definitely UK. Keith, I'm sure you can relate to that one way or another. And also creating sensescapes. Again, this is from South Korea, when they're combining ginseng, red ginseng, with hot springs. So soaking the red ginseng in the natural hot spring, it has the additional level of healing properties. And since the local culture, in local culture, ginseng is very deeply rooted as a well-being contributing element, putting it in water, it just confirms the expected outcome that the guests may have. For foreigners, it's very difficult to understand, since we don't necessarily have the understanding of what ginseng may do to your physiological body. So again, this is great, but what is happening nowadays, if nothing else, it creates a little bit of a headache, and that is we don't necessarily understand destinations in particular. This is, I would really invite everybody to make a note of. Just because you have an asset, it is not yet a product. And if you have a product, it doesn't necessarily represent a value propositioning, and it doesn't necessarily translate to a ritual or journey or program. Guests buy journeys, rituals, and programs, but they pay for products and treatments and services. These things are separate and do come in separate, but you can sell the journeys and the rituals and the programs, because that's what people can relate to. In the end of the day, they pay for a treatment or a service, but this whole journey to turn assets into programs and rituals and journeys, this is the critical to every destination. Which wants to create something which is deeply rooted, or at least rooted locally, or represents something that they want to really capitalize on. What's really happening out in this world is all these wellness assets and products become Insta wonders. People go there, make a photo, and they go. They don't necessarily know what it is. They don't know what they do for them, or those services and places and treatments. They don't even care, because they just want to have something which looks fabulous on a photo. Cultural assets become cultural appropriation, so they are used, but not in an appropriate form, and they just be used as labels, and they are even, if you permit me, they're especially bastardized, and they even could be very disappointing to the local culture, saying that what exactly are you doing with my heritage? Obviously, concepts often go for tokenism, and Keith briefly mentioned those, that they are claimed but not justified, and not no evidence provided to do anything like that, but it sounds good, and it becomes a tokenism. And of course, the good old favorite is wellness washing, which I'm not necessarily proud, but 8 years ago we used this terminology first, and guess what? It's actually happening. So I would like to do a reverse development. Instead of the Insta wonders and the appropriation and the tokenism, how about we do something like wellscapes, that the architects are not creating something for the sake of architecture, but they look at the design components and creating well spaces. Instead of tokenism, we create hellscapes when we look at the concepts that have the F&B, the room amenities and everything incorporating to the same objective and the same outcome, not anything and everything, but a very clear outcome. Instead of cultural appropriation, we do heritage valuescapes, that we look at what heritage can tell us and what we can learn from that heritage and appreciate that, and celebrate that value in this new proposition. And obviously, we can look at healing landscapes instead of just looking at beautiful locations without actual meaning to it. But to achieve that, you need to really work with specialists to come, not just architects, not just service providers, but you need to have the people who have the understanding of the turning assets into journeys and let's say programming. All right, so just summarize it. Not every guest to Greece will want to become a health tourist or wellness tourist, if you matter, and they shouldn't. Still, this is your role and the destination's role and association's role and the island's, let's say, clusters or whatever organization you may have, their role is to offer opportunities to any guest that can, this services, treatments, programs can contribute to the guest's well-being one way or another. Either it's accidental, either because of curiosity, either it's more like a hybrid proposition, or offer it to dedicated guests or those who are living, not just trying something. I believe this is the answer to my very first question, which is why we always talk about high-end and ultra high-end properties. Why don't we look at the variety of options that guests can engage with the wellness offerings of an island or of a destination? But you need to create those menus, and you need to provide a justification, such as Andrew or Keith mentioned, that those are rooted either culturally or in a concept based, or let's say because of a natural asset. And also don't forget the accidental, curious and hybrid programming. You have a large number of guests who could be interested, whereas in the second part, the dedicated lifestyle, there's not a large number of people, but the spending will be higher. So again, when you have a ministry of saying that I am incentivizing this kind of development, you need to understand that I want to have the dedicated ones or the curious ones. And you need to understand what they can do for your destinations or for the islands. Just summarizing, one of the compasses that we do looked at what kind of properties seem to be in demand in the next couple of years in various parts of the world. And when you look at, let's say, Southern Europe, you can see the Thalasso or the wellness resorts, as well as the family-based wellness complexes showing some growth opportunities. This is all based on industry participants' reviews, so it's not just we sat down and we made this up. This is what the market says, but also don't forget you can create your market when you apply blue ocean strategies. This is what's happening, and this might be a good thing, that you just sit in a lovely machine and it does the massage and the dries and the cleans and does it everything under 15 minutes as a quick fix. Or we want to create the propositions that people want to come to our islands and they want to try what, let's say, Skopolos has to offer in this field, not any other place, but that particular island. So the bottom line, and something to remember, I really, really invite all of you to work on those wellness mapping and wellness stories and understand what you can use for creating probably so far are non-existent propositions. But there are opportunities here, obviously, given the large variety of islands and cultures and natural setting and hot springs and muds and you microclimate and Thalasso and all of that. But it needs to be storyboarded. It needs to be defined what exactly they do for me as a guest. And
Laszlo, we need to be aware of time.
Should you not do that, this is what's happening. And this is the last, is probably, Keith, you can appreciate that. It's called wired sitting, because it will be just one of those tokenism things. So I hope that by the end of the event today, and of course, going beyond the discussions, you will have the opportunity to take this to the next level. And Evaristopoli.
Thank you, Laszlo, Evaristopoli, like you said. And thank you for being with us. And if you can stay on, please do so for the remaining of the session. Thanks again. And we'll move on to the next speaker. We're running a bit late, or a bit more than a bit. Dr. Prem Yagyasi, I hope I'm saying the name right.
Yes.
Okay, good. So Dr. Prem is an award-winning global speaker, coach, and author. He's a leading authority in global healthcare, medical and wellness tourism, and wellness resorts. He owns a network of 50-plus web magazines with millions of readers worldwide and has published 30-plus guidebooks. He's the author of the Medical Tourism Guidebook and the Wellness Tourism Guidebook. So let me thank Dr. Prem Yagyasi. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you with us, and kindly remind you of 15 minutes for your talk. Thanks again.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect for me. Thank you. I first would like to thank all the organizers to invite me for this wonderful journey of discussion about the wellness and medical tourism and all. I actually belong to both industry. I do consult in medical tourism as well as in wellness tourism. But today my topic is more specifically on wellness real estate. We heard some other speakers talking about the wonderful definition about the various wellness trends and how these wellness trends are changing life and how these are becoming more important. And within those trends, one trend has become very important, which is the wellness real estate. It's a wonderful thing, and I will take you for this journey. And the reason why I would take you for this journey is because I'm personally involved in working on various wellness real estate project as well as wellness resort project. So I kind of have a fairly good understanding that what are the needs which are driving the growth of this wellness real estate industries. Then I will also talk about how do we really understand wellness real estate? What does it mean to be in wellness real estate? And then we will also talk, just excuse me. Then we will also, briefly talk about the potential for the Greece and wellness real estate industry, and then maybe some best practices and the marketing strategies if we have a few more minutes. So let's talk about some fact. It's surprising that US alone spent $8 trillion on unhealthy lifestyle related chronic disorders and activities, and often they come from unhealthy homes and the way we live the life, and $8 trillion is a massive expenses. And if you look at all these figures everywhere around the world, now post-COVID, we have realized the value of life, and 76% people are seeking more physical health and nature around their house. 11% to 20% people are suffering medical condition and they visit more doctor because of just poor house condition, poor home conditions. In Europe alone, 40% people are suffering with asthma because of just health home related environment, which are not really helpful for them. And what it has done then post-COVID, we all realize that it's not objective. We heard Anna talking about this specifically, that now we want to live quality-oriented life. Of course, we have aims and goals and objectives to achieve, but we do not want to compromise on the quality of life. And these research reports, wonderful research from some institute says that 80% are willing to pay more if they get the wellness certified building. And 93% says that wellness is important to them, and especially people who can afford more than $50,000 household income and all. The wellness offering also, if you look at, it's becoming very important in entire game of real estate. Fortunately, for the real estate market of the Greece, I will show in one slide that it's growing very well, but now Greece can participate in wellness real estate as well. Why? Because wellness real estate is providing a kind of wonderful solution for physical well-being, mental well-being, social well-being, environmental well-being. And in fact, all dimension of wellness that we know, a wellness real estate provides some sort of solution. However, I often come up with lots of press releases as like everyone else does. And, everyone talks about we have the best quality wellness real estate and we are coming up with the wellness resort project, and really very difficult to hear from me all these things because they do not truly understand what does wellness real estate mean. What makes it different, a real estate and wellness real estate? Real estate is obviously we all know about it, but what are the most essential component in the wellness real estate? Let me take you to this journey just to explain you. A wellness real estate, regardless wherever you have, whether you have in city or lakeside or in village, it has to have a wonderful access to natural resources. A perfect physical, emotional, and social well-being is only possible when you have wonderful access to the air, water, green space, light, and built with a sustainable environment. You really can't talk about having a wellness without these elements. Obviously, you need to have elements that foster a spirit of well-being. So, which means having a art, having greenery, having a musical activities and unspoiled nature is very important to have that wellness real estate. The wellness access is most important part in wellness real estate. What do I mean by the wellness access is that there has to be access for the physical wellness in your real estate. There has to be access for medical wellness or healthcare facilities, or medical wellness will be an add-on component, but it would be a wonderful component if you add into your wellness real estate. There could be lots of wellness activities like reflexology path and other natural water path and springs, and all those activities could add to wellness access and wellness experiences. One most important thing which we know already, the loneliness is becoming very big disease in the world, and in fact it is becoming the biggest killer, bigger than any other disease, the loneliness, and we need social wellness. And the best way to do the social wellness is to have cultural recreation programs, to have gatherings, festivals, activities, cultural fairs together. And the best place to do it is within the society, in a compound, in a real estate environment. So whenever we talk about wellness real estate, we must talk about cultural recreation and social wellness. And if you are planning to build, or if you're thinking to invest into wellness real estate industry, you must think about having this cultural recreation into the game. White noise and calmness, and in fact to be precise, calmtainment, calming entertainment is a big word now, and wellness really cannot be complete without healing sound and white noise and fostering serenity in the sound element. Senior living and care offering, we heard Anna talking about the love, the important component of love. In fact, I will go a step ahead. More than love is about compassion, about care, about how do you offer to the people who they need most. And wellness real estate cannot be complete without offering that care component, the love component, that compassion component for the people who they need most. And this is very important for the future growth. Then the biophilic design. We have heard a lot about the biophilic design. I will take you to the journey of biophilic design from my perspective. And I have very simple definition in my mind that bringing natural world into the built environment. This is what biophilic for me. I consult many wellness resorts these days. I travel across the world, and I am trying my best to tell them how you mimic the natural environment into the built environment. In a most simple language for me, biophilic design means the moment you walk into the built environment, you should feel that you are in a natural environment rather than a built environment. And all these elements, color, water, air, sunlight, plants, animals, or natural material, they all play very important role in a biophilic environment and biophilic design. We can mimic these beautiful legs, arches, animal morphes, and everything. We can mimic design as nature provides us. Nature is beauty with this chaos and things here and there, and we need to mimic those elements. So if you are planning a wellness real estate, I strongly suggest that you should have these elements within your wellness real estate. whatever you do it with wellness real estate, you do it for the selling the resorts or selling the components or maybe cottages or activities, but these are very important element that you want to put your visual element, audio element, presence of water, light, thermal, the time, the prospect of refugee, and everything display very important in a biophilic design. And if I heard about some of the other speaker, and I'm going to hear and listen. I have been Greece myself several times, and I know it's a wonderful country with access to beautiful natural places, great weather all around the year, and it has a wonderful prospect to be a leading wellness real estate destination because we already talked about it is capable. And in fact, we discuss about Greece being not only just a wellness resort destination and wellness real estate destination, it can be potentially one of the biggest medical wellness destination. And Greece does have a wonderful services into the medical tourism industry. So we will talk about that as well. But I think so, as the real estate is booming in Greece, as I heard, the 67% more are likely to buy property in Greece, and the prices are also increasing, and the people are willing to invest more money in the Greece, especially because you got access to beautiful spa, retreats, 750 thermal springs, and evidence-based therapeutic baths and activities. So Greece has everything. They got sun, sea, sand, salt waters, and natural herbs, and thermal springs to deal with the stress. So I think so, wellness element play automatically in the system, and wellness real estate has a huge advantage in Greece, in my opinion. Now the question comes that, okay, you will build a wellness real estate, but how to market this wellness real estate? To whom to market this wellness real estate? And what are the benefits for the Greece to participate in wellness real estate? Of course, we did discuss about the benefit in terms of wellness, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of reduction in the diseases. We already talked about that. But at the end of the day, we also talk about, as an industry, what is the contribution going to be the wellness real estate contributing in the Greece economy. So here are a few things from my side. The first and foremost is that the marketing, whatever marketing you do to whoever so you do, you have to have a sustainable marketing. It's very difficult to, we have seen so many projects with some of the other speakers also shown that they market those on a very big level, on a very large scale, but they eventually spend so much money in marketing, but then become non-sustainable approach. So marketing needs to be very, very lean. And to make it a lean marketing, the first principle is to build a brand which is based on the wellness-driven brand, which is based on the wellness value. So if you develop wellness real estate, in my opinion, first is to create the awareness and exercise to inform people what is your wellness brand doing, what are the holistic benefits of your wellness brand, what is that your wellness real estate offer in terms of compassion and care. It's extremely important to talk about all those elements in your wellness real estate marketing. Then the question that who's going to be a target market. Obviously, these are the very basic principle of identifying target market, but we often ignore them. Who can afford it, who has intention, and who has a willingness to pay for this. Wellness real estate, by the way, is offering far more bigger margin to the real estate players. So real estate players, if they are selling a component, let's say in 100 euro, with the wellness, they could sell it to 120 to 140 euro by just adding additional 5% element of wellness, just a 5% of expenses required to create the wellness. And the market, which is, we are talking about 60 million millionaires right now around the globe. We are talking about the huge amount of affluation. We are talking about 70% foreigner willing to invest in the Greece. They are the ideal people who will invest in this kind of wellness target market and wellness activities. Obviously, how to reach out to them is using artificial intelligence these days and using online reputation referral program, and to identify specifically how to reach out to them, because it's very costly to do the particular lead generation, that who needs wellness real estate, and using artificial intelligence. I'm particularly doing lots of lead generation for my client who are into wellness real estate. I'm helping them artificial intelligently generating those leads which people are genuinely interested, with the intention, with the willingness, and with the affordability to come into this particular industry. To talk about in a simple language, and to talk about in a very easy language, and to summarize my presentation, the wellness real estate is growing on a very large scale right now, because we know that there are the home conditions which are really affecting our health conditions. So these home conditions, when they are affecting our health condition, we are improving these home conditions, but it would be better if we can integrate a wellness component into these home conditions, and instead of just building simple houses, better to build the wellness real estate. As the industry is growing tremendously, we saw some of the presentation where they talk about the wellness trends are growing. People are going for massages and treatment and therapy and all, but how about bringing those therapy, treatment and all those things within the housing compound, within the housing facility, within the society, within the building, within the real estate environment? And understanding these wellness real estate trends are very important, and not every property is really wellness real estate property. You need to play with those components very carefully. And we also discuss some of the key components and best practices about delivering wellness solutions. So I guess I was short, brief with my presentation, and I would be delighted to answer later on if you have any questions about wellness real estate.
Thank you, Dr. Prem. Thank you for being short. That really helps the event. So if you please, yes, please stay on if we do have any comments at the end. So thank you for being with us once again. And we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Konstantinos Voudakis, who is a partner of the Asclepia Health Cluster. He's with us. Κύριε Βοουδάκη, να παρακαλέσω και εσάς για το χρόνο όσο μπορείτε.
Please be short, Mr. Voudakis.
No? Okay.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers
For making this thing possible, and I'm going to be speaking in English. Καλό μεσημέρι. Good afternoon. I would also like to welcome the distinguished guests and delegates, and Mr. President for inviting us in this very important event. I'm representing Asclepia. My name is Konstantinos Voudakis. I'm Greek, of course. I was born in Canada, that's why I have this accent. And I will talk to you about opportunity today. Opportunity in Greece. It's going to be a little bit different than the previous presentations that you've seen by our distinguished speakers. I learned quite a few things today, and hopefully I'll be able to put my 2 cents in worth in order to enlighten everybody concerning the opportunity in Greece. I'm going to use the dirty word profit, because without profit, there's no investment. It's a very important word. So I will also concentrate on wellness. I will avoid the medical part of the journey. I will let other speakers talk about this who are probably better than me in doing so. So we'll talk about 3 things quickly. Greece as a brand, 2, the USP and the health and wellness markets, and the investment opportunity. Greece is a brand. It ranks 5th out of 50 top tourism brands worldwide. Number 5, that's very, very high. So it's a brand, meaning you can sell things via this brand. It's the most important thing that we have to keep in our minds when we're talking to investors. So the Greek brand is known for history. It's known for its islands. It's known for its coastline. and for its food. We had the original speaker, I can't remember her name, she was from GWI. She talked about quite a few brand recognition items that coincide with the Greek brand. I put it all in a nutshell. It's these 4 areas, basically. So, as a result of these 4 very important aspects of the Greek experience, the number of tourists are increasing substantially. In 2019, there were 34 million tourists coming into the country. In 2022, I've heard numbers reaching 35 to 36 million. So we have an increase even after COVID, which means the trend is continuing. Now, we have to talk about the quality of tourism. When tourists started to come into Greece, flocking into Greece, they were backpackers, basically. This is an old picture. It could be me as well, in there as well, somewhere. Today, we're talking about luxury. So things have evolved not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of quality. Okay? Now, I'm not going to get into the descriptions of the health and the wellness thing. Previous speakers did so very well. I will not get into this as well to move forward because we're pressed with time, but I will get into the annual growth of the health and wellness tourism sectors. First of all, wellness tourism will be increasing year in and year out for the next 3 years by 21%. That is almost 3 times the global GDP. That's a big number. 21% is a very big number. So there's a really big opportunity here. 2 of the major areas that will have the biggest increases is thermal mineral springs and spas. And this is what Greece can do best. So, talking in numbers, these were projections. Mind you, they might be a little bit different right now. 275 billion was what Europeans spent for wellness. Wellness tourism, that is, specifically. I didn't copy anybody, believe me. I prepared this map way before I saw the presentations of the previous speakers. Greece is not on the map. This needs to change. Now, I'm going to show you something new, though. This is the best wellness destination scores worldwide. Greece is number 6. Number 6. And we're not on the map. This needs to change. And it will change. Only through investment. There's no other way. So, number 1 is Thailand. Number 6 is Greece, and way ahead of anybody else in Europe. Portugal, of course, is number 9, but once you go down this list, Spain is number 14 or 15, something like that. I can't remember the exact position. So, let's go. Why will Greece succeed? Why will Greece succeed? Well, I built a new word for this presentation called LODA. Location, offering, demand, and awareness. This is what LODA stands for, and we'll get into each part very quickly. Location. Greece is smack in the middle of Europe. Smack in the middle of Europe means there's a big expenditure in Europe, 275 billion. There's about 300 million tourists coming and moving around from Europe every year. So there's a big potential there. Greece has plenty of sun. This is also part of the location issue. 3,000 hours per year, at least. And plenty of sea. One of the biggest coastlines in Europe. 10th biggest coastline in the world. 10th biggest in the world. So what do we need to do? We need to capitalize on this brand equity that we have. Greece is a paradise of hot springs. A lot of hot springs all over the country. Beautiful hot springs. So the hidden European hot springs destination isn't Iceland, it's Greece, believe it or not. A lot of publicity has been going on with Iceland about their hot springs. We have a lot more hot springs than Iceland to start with. And it's not as cold here. A lot of sun, a lot of good food, a lot of other things that coupled will give us great success. There are about 750 to 800 known thermal spas in the Greek land. Now, there's some other places. This isn't, by the way, this is not Iceland. This is Greece as well. This wonderful place is Greece. Just imagine a spa being built around this area. It's tremendous, tremendous thing. Offering, of course, is Greek food. Who doesn't know Greek salad? If you Google Greek salad, you'll get 1.3 billion returns as a result. 1.3 billion. So everybody knows about Greek salads. Everybody knows about Greek food. So it's an offering. It's something that brings in tourists. Now, where's the opportunity for Greeks and Greece? Hot spring tourism is one. It's underdeveloped. You saw all those areas, they're empty. They need to be populated. Demand is on the rise. 18.1%, if I'm not mistaken, yes. And Europeans travel. We're right in the middle of the place where Europeans spend a lot of money in and travel a lot. Spa tourism does well in countries that have sea and sun. Does well in all those countries. It'll do well in Greece as well. And again, demand is on the rise. Don't forget, these are the two highest profile markets at this time in the wellness industry. Demand is on the rise, and again, Europeans travel. They go halfway around the world to get these services. Now, we're in their backyard. We're in Europe. This is a wonderful spa here in Greece as well. Another wonderful spa. Mud treatment here. I wish I was there right now. Another spa, and so on and so forth. Okay, as I said before, the demand is there. Thermal springs, 18.4, 18.1. Spas, 17.2. General wellness tourism market is growing at 20.9% per year till the year 2025. And I have a feeling it's going to continue to increase even after that year. So Europe, based on projections, spent 275 billion US dollars on wellness tourism in 2022. This again is a projection. I don't have the new numbers. I think the original speaker from the Global Wellness Institute mentioned a number. It was 675 million for the world, if I'm not mistaken. Europeans travel at a tone of 300 million wellness travelers per year. Of course, a lot of this traveling is domestic. So a lot of Germans travel within Germany. They don't travel to Greece. But you can get quite a few of them if you have an offering and have them not go to Thailand, for example, and come into Greece and do their hot spring wellness traveling. Awareness. There's an existing channel in Greece. There's no doubt about it. 35 million tourists say that there's an existing channel. People know about Greece. Companies promote Greece. Tour operators promote Greece. So it's an existing channel. Proof of it is the tourist growth and the ranking, of course, which I mentioned before, which needs to be infiltrated, needs to be deployed for the benefit of the country and its wellness tourism industry. So what's missing? What's missing? What's missing is investment and launch. People need to start investing in this country, in the wellness industry, and launch the product. Once that's done, the channel is there, the visibility is there, every element required is there for people to come in and spend money in the country. So why is this an investment opportunity? How are we on time, sir? Are we going okay? We're almost finished. We're good. All right. So the Greek health and wellness market offerings are underdeveloped, as I mentioned before. The total growth is 20.9% per year in the wellness tourism market. These two things coupled together give us a tremendous growth potential. The return on investment can be massive. There's government grants available, and there's tax incentives. So all these are good reasons for people to come in and invest in the Greek brand, the new Greek brand of wellness. So when to invest? Early is no secret. The earlier, the better. Whoever invests early into this market is going to reap the benefits of it. There's no doubt about it. You come in late, you pay more, you make less. There's the profit issue again. So what makes wellness tourism an investment opportunity in Greece? It's the security and demand, due to the brand, due to the geological environment that's available, and the higher than average return upon exit. So if you come in early, you'll make the business, and you'll make the sale when you need to make it and make profit. I'll give you an example. Oaktree, initial investment, 2015 to 2020. Based on information that we have from the market, it was $220 million dollars. Singapore came in last year and bought this property for $2.3 billion. This is public information. That's tenfold. That's a hefty profit. That's how you make money. And that's how you bring in investors. So what does success look like in the health and wellness sector? Let's take a country that's been very successful, Thailand. Thailand has 7.5 million tourists coming in every year in 2009, and that's increasing. Of course, last year was a terrible year because of the COVID situation, but that's going to change, definitely going to change, because people are not going to stop taking trips for wellness. There's no doubt about that. 3.5 million medical tourists in 2019. That is a big number. We were talking about 100,000, if I recall correctly, in a previous presentation. 3.5 million is a big number. That's a lot of money. So out of 39.9 million tourists, 7.5 million were wellness tourists, 3.5 were medical tourists. So the numbers with Greece are basically around the same thing, apart from the wellness and the medical tourists. If you add those to our numbers now, we would be talking about 40, 42, 43 million. The revenue that Thailand incurs from the wellness tourists is 17.5 billion a year. That is a big number. That could be added to our Greek GDP. Now, mind you, Europe sends 6.5 million tourists to this area every year, with an increase every year of 10 to 15%. 6.5 million take the plane and fly half around the world to get the services that we can give them here right now. So let's do a little bit of a checklist over here. Natural beauty coupled with abundance of thermal springs. We have it, Thailand has it. Sun and plenty of beautiful coastline. We have it, Thailand has it. Proximity to major markets. They have China, we have the European Union. Excellent cuisine. We have Greek salad, and they have their Thai dishes. Good food, no doubt about it. Safe environment, it's a safe environment. Both cases are very safe. Brand equity, yes, everybody recognizes Greece, and everybody recognizes Thailand. We're number 6, they're number 1. We're very close by. What's missing? Investment in medical certification, which is very, very important. Let's talk about the medical thing. And that needs to be done absolutely, because you're not going to get tourists coming in for medical stuff if you don't have the certification. Just give you a small statistic over there. 20% of all the medical tourists in Thailand come from the United States of America. Shocking, isn't it? They go all the way to Thailand from the United States of America. And I've heard people here in Greece say, oh, we can't do with Americans because they won't come. Well, they won't come because we don't have JCI. Once we get JCI, they'll start coming in for that as well. So that's a very important thing the government needs to take a look at to assist the organizations, the medical organizations, to get these certifications in order to increase that part of the market as well. But like I said before, that's not part of my presentation. Now, the second thing, which is part of my presentation, is investment needs to be made in the wellness real estate. People need to start buying things here, investing in things here, and taking care of those beautiful areas that I showed you and make them into a success in order for them to make money, and for the Greek government to make money, and for the Greek people to be richer. What does it mean? it means 13.6 billion euros a year if we play our cards right. This is information from the Diagnosis. I cannot confirm it, but I cannot say that this is not a wrong figure. I haven't found anything else in order to be able to project. But what I did is I compared this number to the Thailand number. And as you can recall, the Thailand number was 17.5 million euros, dollars. So if we can do the same things that Thailand did, which is invest, we have everything else, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to succeed here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Voudakis. And now we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Alexandros Angelopoulos. Mr. Angelopoulos is the Executive Vice President of Aldemar Resorts, a leading resort chain in Greece and one of the very first with a proper wellness offering. Many years ago, he has been active in the family business and the hospitality industry since 1995, and he's a leading figure in the Greek hospitality scene, participating in various organizations and committees in Greece and in Europe. So let us welcome Mr. Angelopoulos. Thank you for being with us today and speaking on the Greek advantage.
I'm assuming I should speak in English, right? Or should I go Greek? Do we have any non-Greek speakings on the panel right now? All right. So I'm just trying to figure out which is better because the Greek audience allows me to get a little bit more... Ωραία. Θα πάμε ελληνικά λοιπόν, γιατί φαντάζομαι ότι...
So, since most of you are Greeks, and since my language will be quite acute, it would be good to speak in Greek. Excellent things have been said today. Everything that we wanted to hear, and what is, which describes the reality for the Greek wellness economy. Where we have failed, we have drastically failed throughout the years, we should say so, we should admit it, so that we can start a discussion from a point. Our family started in this business in 1997 by extracting seawater, because as you correctly said, if you are not near the sea, there is no thalassotherapy. A law was drafted in less than 3 or 4 years. Everyone established, built thalassotherapy centers, even a few kilometers from the sea. So I suppose they had people carrying water to their resorts. Now, what is my point, and why am I talking about the Greek advantage? We do not lack anything. This was said both by Greek and by foreign speakers. No, we don't miss anything. What is missing is just a small interventions from people such as Mr. Vasilikos from the chamber, who introduced the hospitality course in schools, which is a political intervention, a remarkable one, which should have started 20 years ago. So how can we start using this advantage of our country and turn this into a measurable result? My approach, my opinion, is quite an empirical one, which builds on the assumption that all previous speakers have covered all metrics of the Greek dimension of wellness economy and wellness tourism, or medical tourism rather. I'm making the distinction between the two. They are not under the same umbrella, if you allow me, because this is not, this does not help our country to treat them properly. We have excellent physicians, I will say that later on. However, Greece, as I think was said by the first speaker, has no reason to swim upstream, to go upstream. Let's leave medical tourism aside. Let's go for wellness. We have excellent physicians who can become our showcase abroad, but and we could do so. So let's leave medical tourism aside. Medical tourism will come only when we realize that the entire health framework is built around competent physicians and takes up the character as the one that Israel has given to its medical tourism. If you have a cancer, for example, where are you going to go? To Israel. Israel, because they were trained by Russian physicians. You see, if we break it down and how people have complexes, but that would take us a lot of time. So wellness tourism is the stake, and I will make a distinction here, which you all know what is one and what is the other, and why do we have a straight line for one and a non-linear line on the other, and it may take us whole years to discuss how to approach it. So Greece has serious advantages, but let's start from the key assumption. If we do not make time for wellness tourism or wellness in general, if we do not make time for wellness, for prevention, then we will be forced to make time for healing. For example, 7 years ago, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So what was my first assumption? Well, I suffer from multiple sclerosis. I didn't analyze all aspects of that thing. And I'm saying, what is the personal, because I am the physician, what is the personal dimension? I have to combine Western medicine, intervention medicine, with prevention medicine. So how I can become the doctor, the physician for myself. What am I supposed to do, what to eat, how much to sleep, how I should say to some people, I don't care about your opinion. Is this wellness? Yes, it is wellness. And I should say that this is in the DNA of Greeks. And since this is in our DNA, somehow we have to do it marketable. We must market this as a product. This is a saying that I found and I very much liked, and this shows exactly the Greek advantage against all other countries. So in the international paradigm, we are creating product. In the Greek paradigm, we have the product, but we do not have the mindset. So what can we say? How can we combine knowledge, know-how, and the creation of a product? I was part of the effort of two ministers, the Minister for Health and the Minister for Tourism, as in charge of drafting the program for the Health Ministry. Good morning, Madam President. So it's you see, it's tragic to be saying today that this has failed. But why has it failed? Because we wanted first to certify that the public health system could accept foreign visitors, which was not feasible, because in an international environment you cannot say something that people don't care about. And the second concern was the fact that the respectable profit is the reason of failure, because we become speculators and profit making, but we do not have substantive interventions, and we cannot take the extra mile. Some years ago, I had told my nieces, and my sister was complaining, that the school journey and studies is a marathon, not a sprint race. That's what I told them. They were both excellent pupils. They had excellent marks, and I told them, you should remember that when you have to run, you will know what is the day when you have to run a sprint. And here in Greece, we have a particularity. We can see up to 2 or 3 meters ahead, but we forget that the door which is ahead is closed, and we have to open it up. Otherwise, we don't know what is the next step. This is the key problem that prevents the Greek advantage from turning into work. We do have excellent physicians, top physicians. We may be top in genetics. We have ophthalmologists, eye doctors who are excellent, amazing. The director, Mr. Palikaris, who became the key leverage for the development of the first diffraction center in Istanbul, we had him here and we gave him away. He also was the dean of the Heraklion University. So we do have physicians. We have a diet which I have turned into a flag. It's not about what people think our diet is. It has to do with specific characteristics of a specific food stuff, which we know very well. When I was saying my grandma that I'm sick, she was giving me to drink something. Did I have abdominal pain? She said, you have to drink oregano. I said, but this cannot be drunk. And I did it, and it worked. There are small things in our tradition that which we have left behind and sacrificing in view of creating product, although the product exists. We also have the climate. Florida made a name for itself, becoming the place where pensioners from North America retire. They go from the cold climate to the warmer climate, and this is a better way of life. While we have a permanently good climate, we could be the Florida of Europe with our diet, with hospitals, with physicians, top physicians, with roads and airports that are being constructed, and we have to acknowledge that for the government because now things are being done that had been stalled for 25 years. We have the sun. We tell people that they should have a complement for D vitamin while we have that because we have sun. We have plenty of sunshine, and we even use sun protection. You see, this whole journey is showing that we do have everything. Yeah, we have everything, but do we have a plan? In June 2020, the government passed a law on the transfer of tax residents from any country to Greece with a 7% rate, which is a great privilege that was adopted by Portugal and Spain. In Spain, there are 3.5 million of people from Central Europe. They retire there. In those countries, we do have the health system, we do have this transfer of the tax residents, we do have transportation and ports and airports and the road network. So this is the plan if we want to become a place for permanent tourists, second residence people who do not need a wellness environment, but an environment that provides wellness components. Let me explain, because I very much loved the last speech on sustainability. So, an environment that has natural resources without an extra cost of living. Natural organic food from the soil, but of course we have to control the use of pesticides. Some Dutch culture in agri-food, 1/3 of their land produces 4 times what the land needs. Israeli culture, management of natural resources, sun and sea is outrageous because we have been discussing about it, but we are not doing it. So very small things need to be done. We have the advantages. We just need good planning. Mr. Kouskoukis needed a lot of years to register all thermal springs or natural springs. We know that, but we have not done anything about it. We know, but we have not taken steps. That's why we are here again discussing it instead of having a specific, concrete action plan. We do have sun, we have food, we have water, we have sea, we have thermal springs. We do have a space to build second residences for people who wish to spend the silver age, 55 plus, in this country. So we do have this. Personally, I have now taken hotels out of my mind. I'm now talking about creating houses for people who wish to spend the rest of their life here. So a life concept, not a wellness concept. How they are going to live their life. Go out in the sun in the morning, staying home without needing any heating, eating from the local produce, from the farm of the neighbor, and this all combined in one single product where all forces will be working for one single project without depriving the profit from anyone. This is the real sustainability model, because in sustainability, many people forget that it's not just about the environment, it's also about society and an economic outcome for those involved in this sustainability mechanism. This phrase here has to do with the fact that in the effort to establish a legal framework of medical tourism, we miss the obvious. Well, I'm fed up with waiting for it. Every time we have a new minister, a new committee is being set up. So why wait? No. So we are making the product with the facts given by each area, and the area gives us a lot. This is the new model, in my opinion. The same as Spain, 2 million permanent residents, Europeans who wanted to change their life model, and from minus 10 or minus 15 degrees, they wanted to go to places of 4 or 5 degrees minimum, and a good medical environment where you know that you will be covered if you need a doctor, and thank God we have excellent physicians in our country, I repeat. A country where you know you will find good food, the social fabric where you will have to work and coexist with those people will offer the Greek typical smile, the typical hospitality we have always been offering. And to give you an example which works, if you go to money and see how Germans, Brits and others coexist, and they have upgraded the level of the local people by coexisting with foreigners. So this will give us a better Greece, a more beautiful Greece, calmer and more acceptable for the European or Western, I don't know what is the politically correct term. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for having spoken in Greek.
Listened to previously. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to be here at this convention, even online. And I believe we have a break now for lunch, and we'll be back shortly, I guess. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
It's called Greek tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the repeated and unprecedented crisis, the brand name Greece is stably among the top 5 international destinations, third globally in the Sea and Sun class, and in 2022 we had 18 billion, approaching the 2019 benchmark. And I would like to underline that 8 out of 10 investments in the country in 2022 were in tourism. How did we achieve this? By a recipe of 3 ingredients, the 3 S's in Greek: cooperation, coordination, and consistency with what we decide. We managed Greece to make a total recovery thanks to the total rebranding of the country. National Tourist Organization, following the strategy of the Ministry of Tourism, promotes this country as top-of-mind premium, safe, health-wise, with multitude of islands and a very good internal countryside that offers endless authentic experiences throughout the year. Of course, we use our traditional product Sea and Sun, and we have promotion plans for 12, and they are there 12 months every year. And the campaign is that all you want is Greece, a very good one. It's a very catchy one, and the feedback is positive. So Greece is always on, communication-wise, with the international markets. We had very spectacular campaigns. And especially this year, this campaign shows that, yes, Greece does have a winter. And we have traditional villages, gastronomy, and wellness that we can develop in a different manner. Greece, we are saying, is not only its islands, it's the mainland as well, with many being able to provide unforgettable experiences. And we can discuss many things: gastronomy, culture, natural activities, agrotourism, sailing, diving, and of course unique experiences in wellness, health, well-being, and well-being, the good life, Greek life, from the very ancient times to today. And it is important not only for the visitors but for the residents of the country. However, the great difference that actually stamps the passage of Greek tourism towards a new era is that the country's promotion is organized around a horizontal axis, which is sustainability, sustainable Greece. The sustainable development principles are visible in all activities, investment and entrepreneurial activities of the countries, and this is well reflected in the communication and the messages that the country sends abroad. So this is the general tourist ecosystem in Greece. It is dynamic, it is extrovert, and it can only further enhance the field of health and wellness tourism. You have heard that we are all talking today and I heard Alexander a while ago say that we have all agreed on the definitions of what we consider to be health and wellness tourism. So it is, we want our country to be on the same page. We want all of us to be on the same page as far as definitions are concerned. Greece is the country, the land of Hippocrates, the land that gave birth to the medical science, and that wants to play a lead role in medical tourism and wellness tourism. Greece is highly ranked today for its excellent doctors, installations of medical care and recovery and rehabilitation, and at lower costs than in other countries. You all know this, you are specialists. I want to look a little bit at the other parameters that prove that Greece has everything it takes in order for it to become top destination for health and wellness tourism. Especially the Attica region, the governor of which is Mr. Patoulis, is available for tourism throughout the year with excellent infrastructure and all other necessary conditions. But let me, however, come to the greater picture of the country. Why will the international community vote for Greece in matters of health tourism? Because Greece is a top-of-mind destination, because it has a perfect Mediterranean climate, and the sun shines over it most of the year, for a beautiful natural environment, totally virgin in many, pristine in many regions, for very clear waters of the seas, and for its thermal springs and spas, 850 of them, making Greece one of the richest countries in the world. In this respect, also a mainland that is very varied and offers itself for mild activities near nature. We don't want tourists that will not be informed. We want tourists to know where they go and what benefits they can take out of their visits. And of course, we have a Greek way of eating. Mediterranean diet is based on Greek eating. From the very old elixir of health and long life, great material and immaterial cultural heritage, for infrastructures that make Greece accessible to tourists, and in every corner, in every village, in every town. Another very important thing is, as I said, the infrastructures. Where will they come? These people that need a different infrastructure. We have advanced. We need to do more. But tourism for all is a very important axis that is going to give our country the possibility to be viewed by its visitors as a place, a very special place that will cater for all the needs of tourists. It is a developing silver tourism market. Alexandros spoke about it, but we see it happening. I see it on Corfu, my own island. The north of the island is developing in this respect more and more, and there is development of silver tourism all over the country. We need to create the right infrastructures for all those people who want to spend the rest of their life here and live in good quality conditions with wellness and health services. So the second residence is a great target, and the digital nomads need also deserve to have the right conditions to be in. So Greece cannot just become a special destination for health and wellness. Greece can become the world, the global center for holistic treatment and regeneration. Greece is the country of well-being. You know very well, ladies and gentlemen, that well-being is it really expresses the ancient stance of life, combining body and soul in harmony. And there is research, recent research, that shows that modern travelers are looking precisely, they are in quest of this combination. But if Greece does not promote holistic therapy for regeneration of body, mind, and soul, Greece, which is the homeland of Hippocrates, then who will? Ancient Greeks used to build their hospitals next to thermal springs, gyms, and theaters. Again, here we have the concept of a holistic care and treatment. The medical world of the country understood the huge potential that the health sector of Greece has. And here again, I want to congratulate Mr. Patoulis and many others in here for this effort. We need to look at the big picture. We want Greece, the brand of Greece, to become and the Greek way of life to become a proposal for a way of life. We have many here that we can discuss with how we shall go ahead with this new product. So we need to address our close European markets of Southeastern Mediterranean, and also the more remote markets of the USA and Canada. We have 17 offices, branches abroad, and we can participate in international fairs. We can organize familiarization trips for the opinion makers of different markets. But we need to organize activities and events, PR events. We need to use our organization's digital means, the site Visit Greece, and all the social media, and of course tailor-made campaigns on wellness regeneration that are underway. And I would like to especially mention the digital upgrade of National Tourism Organization, financed by the ministry. And among others, there will be a full digital map providing all the relevant information on experiences that a visitor can enjoy in each and every corner of this country. And I'm referring to hospitals, healthcare, wellness centers, and so on and so forth. As you understand, health services and wellness services will be central in this map. Greece, along this new route, And after all the challenges it has had to face, Greece can become the center, but a lot of work is necessary. We are not going to become complacent. On the contrary, we have to be ready to face other new challenges. Greece has a lot of respect for the environment, culture, man, the human being, and the environment. The authentic, genuine character of local society. So this Greece that we are envisioning can become the global well-being center. It is up to us. This well-being, that encompasses everything. I hope I did not speak too long. Thank you very much for your attention. Once again, warm regards to all the organizers and to the Global Wellness Economy Forum. Thank you, Mrs. Gerekou, President of the Greek National Tourism Organization. The product is there, but what we need is to have faster decision-making processes made by one ministry, not the 10 different ones. Marinos Yiannopoulos, CEO of Enterprise Greece, has the floor. And the next speech will be online.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Enterprise Greece, where I serve as CEO, we would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to contribute to this panel, where Enterprise Greece is also happy to join the other esteemed organizations in lending our auspices to such a high-level event. We're in the midst of an exciting time for the Greek life science and health sector, and we're beginning to realize Greece's potential as a wellness destination too. That makes today's event particularly timely. In the life science industry, we're seeing a wave of new investment in pharmaceutical research and manufacturing, accompanied by record export growth. In the private healthcare sector, there has been noteworthy foreign investment in hospital and diagnostic centers. But just as importantly, worldwide, the issue of wellness has taken on a new dimension. The recent pandemic fueled an already growing international awareness about the need for healthy lifestyles and healthy diets. This is evident from the rising popularity of the Mediterranean diet around the world, as Ms. Gerekou mentioned as well, to the rising popularity of practices like yoga or meditation. The health benefits of the Greek cuisine was reflected in the strong, steady increase year after year in the food exports, but which accelerating during the years of the pandemic. Now, the pandemic is over, Greece's reputation as a great place to unwind, as a healing destination, if you will, made the country one of the world's top tourist destinations. Last year, following the 2 years of lockdowns. From a business and investment perspective, health and wellness must be seen as a complete ecosystem comprising of many interrelated parts. These include the life science industry and healthcare services, but also medical tourism, physical therapy, thermal springs, diet and nutrition, sports and recreation. Taking into account the growing needs of the silver economy, health and wellness can also include retirement destinations, support services, and leisure activities for the elderly. Greece has an enormous potential in each of these areas. The government is pursuing policies that are starting to bear results. In the life science sectors, the government has developed a strategy to further promote the pharmaceutical industry. It recently approved a state-sponsored program that will lead to more than 500 million euros being invested in the sector. Likewise, under Greece's National Recovery and Resilience Program, there is a series of new initiatives to develop Greece's tourism sector by offering new products, including health and wellness tourism. Recently, the government also took steps to attract retirees, orienting the country towards a 4 trillion silver economy. There is now a favorable tax regime for pensioners who seek to establish a second home in Greece, and already several hundred have responded. Just a few just a few weeks ago, Greece was ranked as one of the top 10 places in the world to retire by the National Living magazine. The magazine took into account factors such as healthcare, cost of living, visas, housing, and climate, and placed Greece as the 7th best destination in the world for retirees. As Mr. Woudakis mentioned, we are number 6 in the wellness destination ranking, and after several years of effort, the government is starting the process of revitalizing the country's Telma spas by drawing fresh investment to the facilities. Since ancient times, Greece has been known for its natural springs and the spas connected to them. Greece has more than 800 such springs, which have varied healing properties in the waters. Some have already been upgraded, like a Dipsos, which reopened this summer. A few weeks ago, Greece's privatization agency awarded the operating concession for the old thermal spa in Kamena Voula. We have worked and we are working with various stakeholders to highlight the health benefits of the Greek diet and promote Greece as a wellness destination. Judging by the growth in Greek food exports these past several years and the growing number of foreigners who come to visit or live in Greece, the Greek wellness brand is strong. Enterprise Greece is also responsible for evaluating investment projects that are considered to be of strategic significance to the country. Greek law was recently amended to allow for the easier development of integrated hotel, resort, and residential complexes, which has helped fast-track several such projects, among other things, feature plans for retirement homes on communities. The natural attraction of Greece, the highly developed life science sector, the country's reputation for wellness, combined with government policies to support medical and wellness tourism, means that there is enormous opportunity for investment and further growth. I would like to highlight a few areas where such opportunities exist. The mild climate and varied landscape of Greece offer many possibilities for active holidays. A growing subsector of tourism, hiking, yoga retreats, water sports, rock climbing, all are possible in Greece virtually all year round. And all lend themselves to wellness tourism, combined with a Mediterranean diet and other natural health cures, such as thalassotherapy or thermal spas. There is enormous potential for Greece in providing health and wellness products for visitors confronting physical or medical problems. Mixed-use resorts and hotels in another area is another areas where we are seeing great investor interest. One example, the Athens Hilton, is currently being redeveloped as a luxury mixed-use property under the Conrad brand. The completed project will include units for long-term stays, as well as a range of leisure activities for services and for residents. These kinds of developments, whether in the city or an island, have a great potential to serve both retired people and health and wellness tourists. As medical tourism is developed further in Greece, there will be many opportunities for productive partnerships between medical providers and the hospitality sector, which in turn will increase the attractiveness of Greece for medical treatment. Finally, I think it's important to mention potential synergies between health and wellness providers and the Greek startup ecosystem. Greek startups took the first steps during the difficult years of the crisis and have now reached a significant level of maturity. About a third of Greek startups are involved in the life science field. I have only touched a few of the aspects today, but health and wellness is an area where Greece has enormous competitive advantages. This will be a growth sector for Greece far into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Giannopoulos, CEO for Enterprise Greece. Indeed, there are huge opportunities and major projects are being carried out. There's a lot of noise. The business plan of Enterprise Greece should focus on different sectors to promote it when it becomes a product, of course. Now, we have the pleasure to host online, because she could not be here, the General Manager for the Greek Tourism Confederation, Mrs. Gatsou. She will talk about the cooperation between the public and the private sector. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of SETE, thank you for the invitation Unfortunately, the sound is very bad. Unfortunately, we cannot translate. The interpreters apologize.
Έχουν ήδη προηγηθεί πολλές και ενδιαφέρουσες ομιλίες και τοποθετήσεις γύρω από το θέμα του τουρισμού ευεξίας και θα προσπαθήσω να φωτίσω κάποιες επιπλέον πτυχές δίνοντας στοιχεία αναφορικά με τη σημαντικότητα του προϊόντος αλλά και σε επίπεδο στρατηγικών κατευθύνσεων. Ο τουρισμός ευεξίας εμφανίζει σταθερά αναπτυξιακή τάση και πορεία, ενώ στοιχεία του ενσωματώνονται στην πρόταση αξίας των περισσότερων τουριστικών προϊόντων. Ως προς το μέγεθος της αγοράς, ακούσαμε πολλά ενδιαφέροντα στοιχεία και στο πρώτο session του συνεδρίου, Σύμφωνα με το Global Wellness Institute, η παγκόσμια οικονομία της ευεξίας άγγιξε το 2020 τα 4,4 εκατομμύρια δολάρια. Ενώ σε επίπεδο Ελλάδας, και έχω εδώ μπροστά μου και μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα έρευνα της διανέωσης, σύμφωνα με εκτιμήσεις, αν βελτιωθούν οι υποδομές και το θεσμικό πλαίσιο.
The interpreters will try to convey the most important things because the sound is very bad, very poor, and unfortunately we cannot hear. We have gained more than 170,000 new jobs from tourism in the last 5 years, from the sale of residence and long-term stay. The rapid growth of employment tourism is driven by the consumer's wish to lead a way of life with well-being. More and more consumers are integrating well-being in their way of life and traveling, and this increases opportunities for providers of tourism services. We've heard about a lot of services. Unfortunately, no, this cannot go on. The sound is horrible for the interpreters. We apologize.
Πράγματα, concepts που μπορούν να ενσωματώνονται τόσο στον σχεδιασμό εγκαταστάσεων εντός ξενοδοχείων ή χώρων φιλοξενίας, αλλά και να εμπλουτίζουν την προώθηση, το marketing και το branding. Σύμφωνα με την...
According to the study Greek Tourism 2030 carried out by SETE, well-being tourists are of two main categories: primary well-being tourists, whose main reason of traveling or incentive is medical services, well-being, and secondary well-being tourists who wish to maintain their well-being or be part of such experiences, activities during their travel. And it's worth pointing out here that most well-being activities derive from this second common target. And as we heard already from several speakers, in Greece there is a huge field for development here. We have an established tourist market, well-trained medical staff. We are a safe destination, as Mrs. Gerekou said before. Good conditions, excellent climate, and natural beauty, which are perfectly combined to the high-quality infrastructure and services of the Greek tourism sector. At the same time, of course, we need major improvements in different fields: infrastructure, accessibility, mass transportation, better organization of the health system, We heard before about the importance of certification. And of course, red tape. This is a sector with many different stakeholders, business people, the medical community. So to see a little bit the strategic orientations. The sound is extremely poor. The well-being tourism is something that needs to be developed in the destinations of all the countries, regions. And we see the opportunities, the potential in this. So among the strategies proposed that are the same for most destinations is the enhancement of the institutional framework for medical services in connection with the other tourist products, the resources that Greece has, and we have them all, we have experience, we have what it takes. All of this is necessary in order to go into a synthesis of the tourist product and of course promotion, marketing, and interstate collaborations and synergies between different sectors. And also collaborations between the public and the private sector, certification issues for quality insurance, and the right infrastructures that are necessary, infrastructures that will frame the investments made by private businesses. The sectoral program of the Ministry of Tourism is very specific in this respect. And there will be also legislation to enable the medical tourism even more. Mrs. Anastasopoulou spoke about that. There will be financing from the recovery fund. And in order not to abuse time, wellness tourism in combination with the other products and resources that Greece has are strategic pillars and points of attraction of new visitors and of revenue for this country. In order for us to make this transition, we need to improve our infrastructures and utilize all the tools that we have at our disposal. These are the things that I wanted to share with you. I'm at your disposal for anything else you may want to ask. Thank you, Mrs. Gatsou, the Central Manager of Greek Tourism Confederation. Having heard you, Mrs. Gatsou, I realize that a lot more needs to be done for the development of this market. It is, however, very important that many of the set theses are endorsed by the state and implemented. Dear friends, let us go on to an important part of our meeting. We shall hear Ioannis Kyriakopoulos, attorney at law, economist.
He's going to talk to us and analyze for us the sovereign wealth funds and pension funds investments in the Hellenic hospitality sector.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ καταρχήν για την πρόσκληση. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ την...
Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you to the organizers of this conference. I will bring you back to financial elements, and as I have prepared my speech in English, I shall speak in English. Being the son of a literature teacher and a historian, my father made his dissertation in Hippocrates' philosophy. I was really inspired by Mrs. Gerekou's speech and by other speakers who mentioned Asclepeia, because it was thanks to those centers that treated illness as holistically.
With regard to the sovereign wealth funds and pension fund investments in the hospitality sector, the international paradigm and the great opportunity for Hellas. Let me tell you why I chose this topic. And I will be very brief, and then will not refer to all of these which have been included, because the time is imperative, and I don't have the time to go through all of this, but I'll go to the essence. I'm discussing about the buy side now, not the sell side. Sell side is Greece. Buy side is the investors. And who are those investors, apart from the private equities, and how could get engaged with them, how to attract their attention, and how to promote our case to them, and if there's any appetite for that. So I'm an attorney at law, and I'm also an economist. I'm president of the Hellenic Investors Association. I had my experience in real estate appraisal. I was the managing director of the Hellenic Pension Mutual Fund Management Company, which was running the assets and the mutual funds of the pension funds of Greece in 2009, 2013. And then I was, for a short period of time, I was the managing director of Carlton Private Equity Real Estate Hospitality Division sector. So for 1 year, I was engaged in bringing together to the capital stack of an investment all those family offices, real estate agents, sovereign funds with private equity, in order to acquire big hospitality investments, big. You'll see the region, what I talk about. And actually, my presentation stems from the reference that was done before as to the purchase of the government body of Singapore of Sunny Resort, which put the benchmark up to 2.3 billion as an asset, as an investment. So I will go very, very briefly to what are these funds. I know that we have been many scattered funds here in Greece. Most of them have been in distress investing and don't have a very good reputation indeed. But what we're referring to is other kind of funds, which are those who accumulate reserves of foreign currencies, turn a profit, and they get this money in order that they achieve maximum return in the long term. These are the sovereign funds, and we have the pension funds too. The pension funds accumulate money in order to provide retirement income. They accumulate the capital to pay out the pension. Sovereign funds invest in many, excuse me, in many asset classes, which are stocks, bonds, properties, and other financial instruments. The accumulated funds may have origin or may represent foreign currency deposits, monetary authority deposits, and other assets such as pension investments and so on. How much they are? They're at the region of 15 trillion US dollars in 2020. The biggest one is SAFE, along with the others, the China Africa Development Fund, the China Investment Corporation, National Social Security Fund of China, with which I had the honor and the pleasure to meet back when I had the mandate in 2010. I was with Mr. Pabukis at the time in China, and we had met those officers who would like to invest in Greece and the mutual funds around 5 billion, peer-to-peer, ICA, EFCA, from China to EFCA. When I did this conversation with the Minister of Occupation then at the time, I was regarded as being a Chinese agent or something like that, but not indeed. Pension funds are at the region of 56 trillion. They're much more. What is happening nowadays? As we see, there's a turmoil in the markets. First of all, we had very slow incomes from the interest rates, which were around zero. And so they had a problem with the maturities of the longevity risk they have too much, due to the fact that they have all those fixed income products, and so the bonds, and they had problems. Now we have an increase in interest rates. So what do? We have huge energy prices. How do we match these risks? What they do is that they use alternative assets exposure in order to avoid this volatility in the long term. So they invest. Part of it is infrastructure. Part of it is real estate, hospitality investments, and actually due to the ESG prerogatives they have to avoid, to go away from hydrocarbons, apart from seeking returns. Big ones, the Saudi Arabian, the Qatar, Oman, and Kuwait receive more than 60% of their revenues from oil and natural gas. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to diversify their portfolios and seek returns. When they do that, they are trying to reposition themselves in smaller countries. And this is why they include countries which are centers in the global tourism networking. As a result, they are embarking on a fierce struggle to take control, immediate control, as we saw with the Singaporean Investment Fund, in some of the world's most iconic hotels. The search for return is actually the drive between all these fours. But this is nothing new to sovereign wealth funds. How do they invest? How do you come and get in touch with them? So you go through direct investment, stakes in real estate funds, in real estate investment trusts, REITs, as they are listed in the stock market in Greece, and investment in listed companies. 85%, the Norwegian Petroleum Fund, which is more than 1.3 trillion in the assets, do that. GIC does that. ADIA, Abu Dhabi, Qatar Investment Authority, using specialized teams, but they go directly to acquire the properties, or they establish daughter companies in order to use that as a way to attract, to go to purchase the investments. Only one third invests through listed companies. What is happening now to the ownerships of the companies? We have seen it also in Greece, but Greece was a different paradigm because we had the problem of the huge recession, the depression we almost survived, some of us, with all of those properties that were asset-backed by loans, and all those loans were sold at almost a fraction of the price. So most of the hoteliers had to abandon their investments in hotels. But what happens globally is that the ownership is reducing, and they remain as minority shareholders like Marriott or Starwood or Hyatt. However, the big sovereign investors come and get the hotels. Which is the most important reason? This is what I would like to go much faster now. Institutional investors, when they handle billions of euros, billions of dollars, need to diversify their portfolios. They need to mitigate the risk. They need to match the liabilities with the assets they have. And what is better than a good investment in a hotel, in leisure property, where you get almost 5%, which is very good, saying that it's not free of risk, probably. Hotels also are linked to international domestic tourist movements. Global tourism is a dynamic sector and has been experienced exponential growth for decades. The conclusions to that part is that sector closely reflects trends in international tourism. Second, purchasing, you don't lose the value of investments by indexing rents to inflation or the yields to inflation, let's say, of this hotel. Thirdly, the returns offered, that's why the Singaporean fund invested in Sani, go to countries that are not yet saturated and have increased, they have very attractive investment options as in terms of growth, and Greece is a growth paradigm. Finally, all those Asian, the Arabs, when investing in Western, let's say, prestigious locations and institutions, it enhances the legitimacy of the governments of countries with sovereign wealth funds, like the Qatar Investment Authority. Finally, the useful lives of these investments explain the interest of sovereign wealth funds, which have long-term mandates. The thing for Greece is not only to attract those who are, let's say, instant investors, so they have short period of time to invest, 3 to 5 or 7 years, and then wait for an exit strategy, apart from the sovereign funds who go for 15 or 20 years in investment. So I'm just going to leave all those activities. There is activity. Sovereign funds do invest, and do invest heavily in Europe. There are many examples in the last months where the investments are very big. So you see what's the trend after the collapse in 2019, after the pandemic, the pandemia. It starts to recuperate still, and Europe is getting momentum. In Greece, it bought a stake in a deal at which valued the group at 2.3 billion. It was the biggest European hotel transaction since the pandemic. This alone is an anchor investment and will help also other investors of this kind to be attractive to sovereign funds. GIC has been investing also to other parts of the hotel industry in Europe. Also very active, proactive are the pension funds, the Netherlands pension funds, the Netherlands pension funds. They have acquired the Aker Hotel Capital 55/50 joint venture of 1.3 billion. Canadian pension plans. You remember that the Canadian pension fund acquired part of the the Greek airport. So you see they're very proactive in investments. Another also investment was made by the Dutch fund. It doesn't mean, of course, anything to give you names or give you any examples. You will never remember that. So I'm finishing here, referring to the result. The result of my presentation is, the outcome of my presentation is that Greece, since it has been now been centered as an investment orientation, it would try to acquire the interest, to allure the interest of heavy sovereign fund investors. There are ways, of course, to do that. and you have to sell them what they want. You have to give them what they request. And all of the preceding speakers have done that much more eloquently and much more adjusted to the topic as I did. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Κυριακόπουλο. Πραγματικά.
Thank you, Mr. Kyriakopoulos. Indeed, there is a great interest in sovereign funds. Before I came here, I took part in a lunch on the Mirom investment in Elunda. Around 1,300 stremas, the purpose being to be sold to sovereign funds investors. And they are preparing to build hotels for wellness as well, and also third age hospices. However, let us now move to financing solutions, because funds is one form. Mr. Maltesos will explain this to us. He's a banker, a principal banker in property and tourism of EBRD, and we're going to EBRD for Greece, of course.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good afternoon, George Maltesos is my name. I'm in the Athens office for EBRD, covering real estate and tourism for the markets of Greece, Bulgaria, and Albania. I'm principal banker. My presentation today will touch upon different forms of funding, financing seen in this sector and more generally. But first I will highlight a few characteristics which are sought by entities that finance this sector. But before that, let me draw a few conclusions from those mentioned in prior speeches to confirm the relevance of medical and wellness tourism in a changing but a constantly growing sector of global tourism. And I will start with wellness. And this actually concerns the pursuit for choices, options that have to do with individual well-being. This is the banking sector views that as a continuously growing sector with numbers higher than those of general tourism. And it is trying to capture a general direction of people towards a modern lifestyle focused on health, but with many different aspects. So wellness tourism is the translation actually of a trend in terms of our travel choices. More and more people are now focusing their travel choice around wellness, but there are other people who view this as complementary to a leisure trip. So in response to economy, we see that this has a direct and indirect footprint. And similarly, wellness affects more than conventional tourism sectors that are around the hotel sector, because this has more to do with environment and locality. So this is more empirical, and therefore the multiplier effect, multiplier benefit for local communities is much higher. And previous speakers have also given a few numbers, so you can compare the impact in terms of revenue between general tourism and wellness and medical tourism. And respectively, medical tourism concerns the choice of people to move, to travel, in order to receive health care, medical care, for different reasons, because of the cost, because of the better climate for rehabilitation, because of specialization, or because of a non-availability of this service in their place of residence. So what are the trends observed? First, the destinations become more sophisticated. Destinations are trying to specialize, and you see a higher number of specialties that medical tourism destinations approach. Second, there are very clear trends showing that there are certain countries offering more medical tourism, and there are countries seeking medical tourism more. And there is a trend to certify and institutionalize this market, which is good to see in a growing market. Now, what are the characteristics that potentially could make Greece an attractive destination? Those were mentioned before. I will not go into detail, but there are also reasons why so far Greece has not been established as a wellness destination and as a medical tourism destination. But it does have all guarantees to do that in the future, or to do it even more. Now, what are the drivers in this sector? Those who wish to invest or finance this market. First of all, given the nature of this sector, the sector analysis and market analysis are an important component. And then natural characteristics, as we said before, this is something that can create or exclude a destination from becoming a wellness tourism or medical tourism destination. Authenticity is another component. We see that destinations that are doing well are place-based and authentic destinations. Then, destination management is another component. We see more and more destinations that are successful in attracting tourists, and those are the destinations that are structured around the destination management branding as a health tourism destination. Technology, of course, is important, because apart from the impact of technology on the services and mostly on medical services, this also affects the way people make their choice or make their reservation. It affects access to destination, branding, and networking. Apart from the general reasons for choosing a destination, obviously financiers or investors will also consider factors that have to do with the project itself. Therefore, starting with the location, hotel, brand concept, position versus competition, architectural design, accessibility. These all become major components that are considered in the financial analysis, and also creditworthiness and the potential of the business plan. The experience and track record of the operator in similar hotel types and similar destinations. For example, how a bank approaches a market that does not have significant depth, which are the factors to be analyzed when considering the opportunities of the sector. And now, concerning the different available tools, the palette is quite broad. In our bank, we do have the flexibility to provide financing across the capital structure. So all the tools that I'm going to mention are available in our bank. So this is the palette of financing tools, starting with plain debt, project financing, balancing financing, up until the other side, which is equity, capital holding, or any type of financing tools such as convertible debt and so on. Now, a comparison needs to be made between debt financing and equity financing to have a look at the main characteristics. What is the key principle of debt financing? The principle is to create cash flows, apologies for becoming so technocratic, for repayment of the debt. So the debt repayment capacity and the key characteristics are important criteria: predictability of operating cash flows, liquidity leverage, collateral guarantees, financial ratios, and so on. The broader economic environment, macroeconomic risks, market competition, and how this project is positioned. And another criterion is quality factors such as corporate governance, organizational structure, financial consistency and discipline, so experience from previous debt financing. And concerning equity financing, the key principle is to make sure that there is growth potential and satisfactory performance. So performance metrics are important: market shares, growth, profitability, profit margin, and so on. And also the potential of each market, the experience of management in order for the business plan to perform. And in any equity investment, it is also important to exit according to the timeline and depending on the nature of the investor. Now, to come to the other forms of financing, mezzanine financing, the key characteristic is that they combine elements of both stocks and loans. For example, a convertible debt allows the holder to convert it to common shares on specific dates and specific prices, exercise prices. And the advantage here is the lower cost compared to equity, ability to retain majority control, which is very important, especially for businesses that have a growth story, and the fact that principal repayments are smaller or do not exist. And the disadvantage, the cons, are higher cost compared to a plain vanilla debt. There is possible dilution, and of course the compliance requirements, compliance with certain indicators. Now, a couple of words on the bond market. What is a bond? A corporate bond is a type of a security which is issued by a company and sold to investors. Usually it is listed and negotiated in an international market, and usually the interest rate is fixed, while usually the principal is not repaid before maturity. I would like to mention here a general trend seen in the bond market, which is the higher volume of green, social, and sustainability-linked bonds that are issued. Now, green and social bonds, together sustainability bonds, are bonds where the capitals, the funds, are used for green or social investments exclusively. And actually, there are factors with environmental and social aspects. Sustainability-linked bonds are bonds where the funds do not necessarily need to be invested in social or green investments, but issuance is linked to predefined goals, sustainability goals, sustainability performance targets. I'm saying this because the wellness and medical tourism market is going up, so such bonds issued will be more. Now, a couple of things about RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is a facility, a tool that becomes more and more relevant in an environment of high inflation pressure, and where the monetary policy keeps changing and leads to a higher borrowing cost in general. So the key goals of the fund is to limit economic and social impacts of the COVID-19 crisis, which is more important as we live in an environment of international uncertainty and geopolitical problems. And obviously, the goal is to address the existing production and investment gaps, and this is how we approach our role in the countries. The RRF loans are to finance projects in specific pillars of the National Strategic Plan. One is green transition, another one is digital transition. Both are related to tourism in general, and specifically this type of tourism. Extroversion is another strategic pillar. This is the core component of tourism, innovation, and economies of scale. Now, the loans offer an interest rate covered by the fund, while private banks and international credit institutions participate in part of the loan. At market terms. On our part, since November 2021, we have signed an agreement with the Greek government to manage a total of 500 million from RRF loans. And so far, we have financed projects of 500 million, 50%, 160 million projects of digital transformation, mostly extroversion and green transition. That was all from me. My speech was quite technical. I hope I didn't tire you, but I wanted to show the approach on the part of the financier or the investor in a sector, in a field which in our country does not have a wide scope yet, because the successful projects are usually isolated, and therefore the banking system or investors respectively need to approach it with the relevant mentality. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the conference. Thank you, George Maltezos from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. Well, concerning the bonds that you mentioned, it's only a few sovereign funds or investments that have been made in Greece that could go into such issues, and those are very few. Now, concerning the RRF, I wish to make a comment. Unfortunately, very few can come under RRF. It's only for the very few and not the many. And to get a loan from there, as a banker was saying, you have to be bankable. But the point is that 90% of the businesses currently are not bankable in the way Europeans have set the rules of the game. I hope when we get the investment grade, things will change, and we hope this happens in the current year. A very quick comment. You are absolutely right. In EBRD, we are not setting the process for the approval of the RRF loans, but on our part, we are trying to help our customers, but by purely banking terms. Exactly. Yes, you are right. More sophistication is needed as the size of the businesses is reducing, and unfortunately, sophistication exists in larger businesses. Yeah, you have to convey that to the Europeans. Now, let's have a look at other tools, counseling tools that can strengthen entrepreneurship. So now Babis Tsakildzis will talk about this part.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diridakis. Good afternoon. I shall try and be as brief as possible. I am representing the advice department of EBRD in cooperation with Elitur and this forum. They did an excellent job, and I want to congratulate them for this. And would like to add on to what Mr. Maltesius and Mrs. Moraru mentioned at the very beginning of this event about our advice department or service, started in 2018, present in more than 30 countries in 3 continents, Central Asia, Southeastern Europe and North Africa, with more than 30,000 projects overall. This program is carried out with the help of other agencies. In the case of Greece, it's the state. So through this program, EBRD, by means of this product, EBRD is assisting SMEs to acquire access to the necessary know-how that will enable them to develop. These projects are adjusted to the needs of each and every business with a dual purpose. On the one hand, reinforcing SMEs in order for them to develop, to create new jobs, and at the same time acquiring, accessing funding. But what are the kinds of advisory services that can be enhanced by means of this program? It's a wide spectrum. It could be strategic, operational planning, feasibility studies, business plan, marketing, consisting of market analysis, exploitations plan, business identity, and so on and so forth. The chart, the job description, HR management, and the cooperation between the Greek state and the BRD focuses on 5 sectors, priority sectors, that is green transition, exports, extroversion, and so on. But let me explain how this program is carried out. If a company submits a request or applies to become part of the program, once it is approved, we monitor the correct implementation of the project from beginning to end. There is sharing of the cost. We cover between 70 and 80% of the pure cost of the advisory work, and the rest, 12 to 30%, is paid for by the business. A year after the project completion, we do an evaluation of the work for our own purposes. We want to have the right image of the project in order to quantify, to measure the impact and the results. There are 2 types, there are 3 basic types of projects that are supported. Local consultancy projects, that is one type. EBRD for these projects connects or links businesses with local market advisors, and then subsidizes the 70% of the pure value of consultancy work. For the international advisory projects, these are bigger ones with sectoral international experts, people with a long experience in very specific sectors. In fact, today's speakers could be in this list. They all had huge know-how. We have databases in EBRD with more than 2,500 experts that we pair with businesses that are active or want to become active in markets abroad and need an integrated advisory guidance. So initially there is a strategic overview of the business, and then advice is provided for their approach of a new market. The cost of these projects is usually subsidized by 88%, and then group advisory bundled projects. They can be 5 to 10 businesses grouped with a cost of 60,000 euro. Payment funding of such type of projects varies between 78 to 80%, whereas the rest of the money is divided between the participating businesses. In Greece, we have carried out 160 projects in SMEs, and in our database we have more than 110 local consultant companies. We have more than 500 participations of representatives from Greek SMEs and also business consultants in seminars, in workshops. The geographical distribution is concentrated in Attica, Macedonia, and Thrace mainly. Services more in demand, marketing, sales, or exports plan, that is 40%, and there are services on strategies that they represent 29%. What are the eligibility criteria? These criteria are both for Greek and international projects, but we address mainly SMEs as they are determined by the European Union. So no more than 250 persons in the staff, annual turnover up to 50 million, and 43 million in their
να υπάρχουν διαθέσιμα οικονομικά στοιχεία 2 ετών. Αναφορικά τώρα με τους κλάδους δραστηριοποίησης των εταιριών, να πούμε ότι δεν μπορούμε να συνεργαστούμε με εταιρείες οι οποίες ενεργοποιούνται στον κλάδο των τυχερών παιχνίων, στον κλάδο του καπνού, στον κλάδο του σκληρού αλκοόλ, σε στρατιωτικού αντικειμένου, ας πούμε, δραστηριότητες ή υποστήριξη στρατιωτικών δραστηριοτήτων, καθώς και επίσης και στις χρηματοοικονομικές και ασφαλιστικές δραστηριότητες. 2 επιπλέον πάρα πολύ σημαντικές πρωτοβουλίες στα πλαίσια του προγράμματος OESB είναι το πρόγραμμα SME Pre-Listing Support, το οποίο υλοποιείται σε συνεργασία με το Χρηματιστήριο Αθηνών και με την υποστήριξη της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης μέσω του Ειδικού Ταμείου Τεχνικής Συνεργασίας CBRD. Το πρόγραμμα έχει σκοπό την ενίσχυση της αναγνωρισιμότητας της αγοράς εταιρικών ομολόγων και των μετοχών του Χρηματιστηρίου Αθηνών ως εναλλακτική μορφή χρηματοδότησης για τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Ο σκοπός του προγράμματος είναι η ανάπτυξη ενός οικοσυστήματος επιχειρήσεων, οι οποίες είναι έτοιμες να κάνουν το επόμενο βήμα και να ενταχθούν στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο, είτε μέσω έκδοσης ελληνικών εταιρικών ομολόγων ή και μετοχών μέσω δημόσιας προσφοράς. Απευθυνόμαστε σε μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις οι οποίες θέλουν να αντλήσουν κεφάλαια για να χρηματοδοτήσουν τα αναπτυξιακά τους σχέδια είτε μέσω της κύριας είτε μέσω της εναλλακτικής αγοράς και προσφέρουμε ένα ολοκληρωμένο πλάνο συμβουλευτικής που διαρκεί έως και 18 μήνες. Η τράπεζα αναλαμβάνει το 85% του συνολικού κόστους αυτών των συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών και το υπόλοιπο 15% καλύπτεται από την ενδιαφερόμενη επιχείρηση. Λοιπόν, το Star Venture είναι ένα επίσης νέο πρόγραμμα που εφαρμόζεται αυτή τη στιγμή στην Ελλάδα. Εφαρμόζεται ήδη σε πάρα πολλές άλλες χώρες που έχει παρουσία η EBRD με μεγάλη επιτυχία και έχει ως στόχο την ανάπτυξη νεοφυών επιχειρήσεων, startups. Μέσω του εξατομικευμένου προγράμματος διάρκειας και αυτός 18 μήνες, οι startups που επιλέγονται για το πρόγραμμα λαμβάνουν μέρος σε workshops, υποστηρίζονται από συμβούλους και μέντορες σε πολλά πεδία, έρχονται σε επαφή με ένα διεθνές δίκτυο επιχειρηματικών εταίρων της EBRD και προετοιμάζονται για την άντληση χρηματοδότησης. Το πρώτο cohort του Star Ventures στην Ελλάδα αποτελεί μόνο από 7 επιλεγμένες και πολλά υποσχόμενες startups. Έχει ήδη ενταχθεί στο πρόγραμμα και η υποστήριξή τους αυτή τη στιγμή συνεχίζεται, ενώ ευελπιστούμε ότι σύντομα θα έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να ενισχύσουμε έναν επιπλέον γύρο με νέες επιχειρήσεις startups. Μια ακόμα σημαντική δράση με την οποία ενισχύουμε τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις της χώρας είναι μέσω σεμιναρίων. Έχουμε πραγματοποιήσει αρκετά σεμινάρια, συνολικά 16 σεμινάρια μέχρι τώρα εξαγωγών, με μεγάλη επιτυχία και πρόκειται να συνεχίσουμε και αυτή τη χρονιά. Ενώ επίσης έχουμε ξεκινήσει
Such seminars, and we are going to continue in this year with 2 more trainings. We also hold trainings on ESG and sustainability on a regional Balkan level with a lot of success. Another action of the program is the networking of Greek businesses with other such businesses abroad. In 2019, we supported the initiative VAT Like a Greek, Eat Like a Greek, with the purpose to promote Greek products in the USA market, thanks to the participation of 12 Greek and 5 Cypriot businesses that visited the US. We did the same thing in the Scandinavia and 1 more in France, supporting so far 12 Greek businesses. Finally, I would like to point out that the support that we can provide to Greek companies, especially in a sector such as meditourism, which has to be by definition extrovert, is important, and it needs to be always amplified in order to find ways to help other companies. I found it very interesting from that other speakers mentioned this as well. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm at your disposal for any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Tsalkidis. So what we gather from the last few speakers is that there is money available. So time to compose this product and sell it. Thank you very much for having attended this session. Thank you for having shared on perspectives and potential opening up for this country. The next panel is very important, very interesting, because you shall see such examples. My friend Christina Tambourea is going to chair this. I hope that I gain time for you. So let us go ahead with the next panel without wasting any more time.
I would like to welcome you in my turn also to this forum, and thank you very much for still being here with us. We had great speakers today and great speeches and presentations, and we thank you so much all. I would like to call for Dr. Konstantinos Pandos. He's the founder and scientific director of Genesis Athens Clinic, the vice president of International Center for Health Tourism and the Global Doctors Hippocratic Institute, vice president of Elitur, and general secretary of Hellenic Society of Reproductive Medicine.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα μιλήσω κυρίως στα αγγλικά.
Thank you very much. I shall speak in English mostly because I know that there are people abroad attending.
Especially Governor Patoulis, for the kind invitation to this meeting aiming to enhance the medical tourism prospects of our country. We heard many wonderful theoretical aspects about Greece's potential. I'm going to be more practical. Being at the forefront of our science and profession, we have witnessed a massive influx of infertile couples who seek treatment in our country today. So I take the opportunity as a doctor, specialist in infertility, to show how pure science promotes cross-border care and should be part of any innovative investment thoughts on medical tourism, coupled of course with the unique advantages that Greece has to offer. In the era of globalization, cross-border movement is an inevitable fact. The desire to reproduce has no borders, and IVF seems to be the leading medical service. As a source of happy testimonials from troubled couples, which tend to be readily covered by the media. So looking at actual facts and figures in the European Union, we see that 5% of EU citizens will actually travel out of borders to receive medical treatment. The willingness, however, to travel is essentially much higher, at 33%, with more than half looking for better quality services. In the United States, the global fertility tourism market is expected to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 30% from 2022 to 2030, due to rising cases of infertility, increasing trend of delayed pregnancy, advancements in assisted reproductive technologies, coupled with cost savings and additional benefits to visitors such as improved health care. It is of interest, however, that an estimated 1.5 million Americans will still travel abroad for medical care, which certainly makes sense to look at patients' views on what troubles them. I provide thus a short in-look to our past experience to understand the key driving force from the patient's side. Infertility is an unexpected and dramatic event for all couples. A willingness to pay study suggests that to have a healthy child, couples in the UK will accept a 20% risk of death and or will give up 29% of income, whereas United States families will be willing to pay an amount that exceeds the actual dollar cost of IVF. Couples seek otherwise solutions to reproductive issues that cannot be resolved in their countries of residence. The reasons include previous IVF failures and or legal restrictions. These inform patients shopping destinations of proven expertise with safety and quality care, progressive legislation, cost of treatment having, however, the least impact on their decision. Of course, a favorite holiday destination is always desirable, but of no other importance. Couples crossing the borders have their own personal problems to encounter and are very focused to be treated properly. In our specialty, success arises from three basic pillars: scientific research, good clinical practice, and business. Each of these aspects should be taken into account on medical tourism discussions. As for scientific research, we have projects in scientific inquiry leading to advancements in the field of medicine. For example, our research work on the rejuvenation of ovary in menopausal women gives the opportunity for older-aged women to extend their fertility potential. This was published in the New Scientist, and through this coverage, Greece was in the headlines in the English press, and as a result, we were overwhelmed by English women seeking this service. On the clinical practice, indications now tend to cover every possible cause of infertility. Our achievements in early application of blastocyst biopsy led to successes and world's firsts, drawing lots of media attention in Greece and significant international attention with over 92 citations around the world. The last constituent of is the business aspect, where agreements and partnerships between health professionals from different countries facilitate cross-border movements. Of course, great importance are educational programs that are exported abroad. Furthermore, we should always take into account the patient's perspectives and views as shared from personal testimonies of couples. We should not underestimate the power driven from word of mouth, though basic but still fundamental as the most proven successful way of promotion in medical tourism. Of course, combined with other ways as the announcements of new scientific achievements, world's firsts, advertising or international publication and awareness, and health has a major role to play into this. I will follow with more of our examples. As the CNN report on the birth of a healthy child after pre-implantation genetic diagnosis for a couple living in northern Greece with 2 blind affected children. Personal statements as from famous comedian Mary Kustas and the famous star Tanya Zaeta, who revealed her twin pregnancy in Australia. And as you can see in this front page article in the Sydney Morning Herald, a success carries lots of sentimental value, as well as this full-page Romanian article on a success story from a couple from Romania, with Parthenon on the background. Other successes can be seen in these children from the United States in a conference organized by KEDE and Hellenic Societies of New York. The newspaper of the expatriates in Melbourne New World refers to a patient from Australia who, after 2 liver transplants and over a decade of failed attempts, finally managed to have her children. Or a grandmother surrogate who gave birth to her grandchild at the age of 67, reported in the international press as the heroic grandmother. Greece also has a unique feature, its diaspora. Diaspora constitutes a valuable national asset, an important part of the political, economic, business, cultural, and scientific potential of this country. Their spread gives a global dimension in the Greek nation. They are a powerful tool for awareness of the opportunities within their countries of residence, and if they become involved, to all previously said, can then act as catalyst in promoting health tourism. So Governor Patoulis, a while back, set a priority on strengthening relations with our diaspora by aiming at our communities abroad and developing bridges with the Greek medical associations in major capitals around the world. An awareness campaign on our innovations, achievements, coupled with testimonials of couples who came to Greece and managed to make their dream come true. Creating headlines in the local and international press had a direct emotional impact and a particularly positive view for our country, attended by prominent members of the scientific and business communities in New York, the same repeated in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in Montreal, Canada, in Melbourne, in London. Our invitation to the Global Fertility Festival in Bucharest was the opportunity of the main square of the municipality to be filled with smiles of children most from in vitro fertilization in Greece. As a result of these actions, Greece soon became a destination for infertile couples from 67 countries around the world, combining medical service and tourism options. So when taking into account the most important components in the strategic development of medical tourism as consumerism, quality, cost, and performance, in order for investments to take place, the major lead on policy making should focus on patients' needs, views, and expectations, which is certainly true from my IVF experience. In regard to policies and government, the role of state involvement in encouraging, developing, structuring, and promoting medical tourism varies strongly across nations. Most countries clearly emphasize the promotion of medical tourism industry by undertaking initiatives which intend to enhance a country's comparative advantages, such as facilitated visa or new medical visa categories, tax incentives, investment in healthcare infrastructure, or even special organizations for boosting the growth of medical tourism industry, state-funded or private. Some countries aim at positioning themselves strongly as destinations from a national level. Governments play active role in promoting medical tourism industry by engaging national ministries of tourism, health, state, regional organizations, or by launching studies and research. Some of them even provide dedicated national promotion websites for medical tourism, stamping the industry as state guaranteed. In all circumstances, however, this should be combined with experience gained from the past from the patient's point of view. Look at key travel drivers as familiarity or proximity regarding culture, language, habits, religion, history. Availability with distinction on services that are unavailable due to long waiting lists or not offered in their own country. Financial costs. The majority pursue treatment that is excluded from national health care coverage, are forced to pay out of pocket, so seek optimal value for money services. Perceived quality might think that foreign healthcare services are of higher quality than their own. Never underestimate the level of knowledge or wishes of patients. We must also take into consideration and differentiate between two separate mechanisms stimulating medical tourism, tours. Have to versus want to. Have to refers to medical travelers as a consequence of inefficiency of their health care system, long waiting lists, high prices, lack of access to technology, legal constraints. Want to reflects an elective decision of an individual who, among competing providers, seek to solve his or her own personal problem by choice. So the focus should be on factors to pursue medical treatment, the ones that lead patients outside their home country and the ones that attract patients to a foreign country, push and pull factors. These two sets of factors together influence the decision-making process. As an industry, medical tourism consists of a wide scope of stakeholders, mainly commercial. Beneath are major participants varying from solo practices through large medical facilities to group of hospitals or they are part of corporations. They partner with other industry actors like travel agents, brokers, insurance companies, universities, and others. Medical tourism facilitators have agreements with international accredited healthcare providers, creating age-friendly tourism contexts, creating new business models for access and reimbursement paths plus investment mergers. Innovating medical tourism strategies and policies have implemented health tourism activities with effective economic impacts, have developed concrete and lasting partnerships, have activated collaborations with different sectors like transport, have had an impact on local policies, defining quality standards, development communication, and marketing actions, with a pursuance on strategic mergers, acquisitions, and collaborations aimed at improving access to consumers. So within this complex interaction and framework, Greece has three more competitive advantages. First, its diaspora. By creating selling points in each of every capital where Greek diaspora thrives, with ease of communication and social networking due to language, explaining the direct benefits, financial, legal, procedural, and the possibility of combining health tourism at home country. Raise public awareness regarding medical tourism options and excellence in specific fields, pinpoint tourism attractions, and recognize the creative opportunity in joint operation and performance within our Greek communities. It will also be a compelling reason to organize scientific social meetings open to the general public with the participation of the medical societies, church, embassies, prominent members of the diaspora, relevant ministries, patient successes willing to share experience. Media coverage by local and international press will communicate the ideas and issues presented at these public meetings, not only to the host countries, but to the rest of the diaspora. Furthermore, these points of reference will be, on the one hand, will provide reliable guidance for incoming travelers on medical options and management, but on the other, continued service and medical advice for treated couples returning back home. The second advantage that Greece has to offer is its silence. It was said before in previous talks. Very few countries in the world can provide such scenery, beaches, wealth of archaeological and historical sites in combination with seclusion in small islands of wonder, harmony tied up symbolically with the Greek ancient mythology, providing the building blocks for medical tourism structures for in vitro fertilization, plastic surgery, and others. The third advantage is that we are among a few countries to have Greek medical associations in major world capitals. In other words, we have a world network of Greek physicians ready to provide reliable synergies, beneficial cooperation, and new business perspectives. A network with unlimited capabilities. The Global Doctors Hippocratic Institute is all about the Hippocrates legacy on medical science and thought, all within the context of values and lessons brought from the past, aiming to link doctors abroad in a coordinated structure and huge potential. Initiatives like the unveiling of the bus culture of Hippocrates within medical schools around the world, as in Belgrade last year, repeated in Bucharest, Romania, in Melbourne just 2 months ago, as well as in Pavia, Italy, where the oath was read in ancient Greek language, helps spread all over the world the ethics and values of Hippocrates. The Hippocratic Oath, one of the oldest binding documents in history, defines the morals and ethics of good medical practice, sworn to by medical graduates around the world. To invite all to audit the authentic oath of Hippocrates on the very same place taken in antiquity, the island of Kos, the birthplace of Hippocrates, is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for all doctors around the world that can only but strengthen the resolve and commitment to medical ethics, and at the same time create a new destination point for Greece. Such initiatives on multiple levels will promote the business community to invest in good health practices, contribute further to the development of medical tourism for our country, and provide a further vision for today's participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pados. Great insights. Thank you very much. The truth is that we are quite successful in reproductive medicine in Greece, and we're happy for that. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τώρα την κυρία Μαρίνα
Mrs. Marina Efremoglu will be the next speaker. Challenges and opportunities for investing in the wellness sector in Greece, the Euphoria Retreat case. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation addressed to me. I want to particularly thank the previous speakers and my good friend Susie Ellis for having mentioned the Euphoria Retreat as a paradigm for Greece. I shall speak in Greek because the majority of the participants are Greek, and I shall start with the hard part, which is the part of the challenges and difficulties that we faced 5 years ago when we started this Euphoria project. As Susie Ellis showed us, Greece does not exist in the wellness map. It is not recognized. There is no wellness tourism recognized as such, and there is no recognition. It is difficult to create a market without substantial assistance in the marketing and granting bits from the authorities. Greece is not in the wellness map. We must not become complacent. We need to face reality. We are working with Germany France, Austria, and we analyzed our results. They told us that there is no good conversion because tourists see euphoria, but they go for wellness services in countries nearer to them, Switzerland, Germany, Austria, etc. Because they do not really trust into the wellness sector in Greece. We have invested in PR, in marketing, in order to convince people that Greece is a natural destination for well-being services, but a lot more effort is required by all. And it is very good that this conference is taking place today in order for things to be sorted. The second reason, the second difficulty combined with the first one is that the wellness, and here I want to open up a parenthesis. I don't like the term wellness myself because it is without any real substance. I prefer well-being, which is the exact translation of the Greek term ephzin. Well-being has substance because it is descriptive of what we do. Wellness is devoid of content, and I would rather have us use well-being because it is in more direct reference to our tradition. Seasonality of well-being is reverse to the seasonality of Greece. What I mean that well-being is spring and autumn. In the summer, summer is more dedicated to family holidays, or they go in the winter. The result is that the flights and connectivity of Greece is small. We are based in Mistras on the Peloponnese, 2.5 hours away from the airport in Athens. So the winter, that are the strong months for us, we have to rely on the Athens airport, adding to time and cost. We have invested in electric vehicles in order to reduce cost of transportation, but for the European traveler who is interested in the time that it will take him to reach us and compares with the time that it will take him to such the similar center in near him, he will see that he spends a lot more time getting to us than he would getting to a center nearby him. Or he goes for Asia because it may take him longer, but when he gets there, it's the summer. This has led us to enlarge our client base, and it is not only the dedicated spa goers, but the luxury travelers in order to have a larger client base. Third, some 6 years ago, when I started and being well versed in the banking sector and market, I can tell you that 6 years ago I would not have found any funding. The banks did not at all understand this piece. In vain did I try to explain to them all the advantages. They looked at me as if I was nuts. So I had to pay for the biggest part myself. So I'm very glad to hear the news about EBRD. My experience, however, is that the doors of the banks were closed to us. The banks could not understand why I had chosen a non-tourist destination. They kept asking me why I had chosen this place and not Santorini or Mykonos. I could not explain to them that well-being did not go hand in hand with such cosmopolitanism that we meet on Santorini and Mykonos. But now well-being is becoming much more in fashion. And I suppose and I hope that there will be a change. Another important part, and I am now addressing those who are planning to invest in well-being. Well, I would like to tell them that investment in well-being requires a longer time for profitability or an investment return. It is a new player such as Euphoria required a lot more time in order to become known compared to other players in the market that were there for many, many years. Six Senses, we know that it is present in Phuket, and because the return on the investment was not satisfactory, the investor closed it down. So if you want to invest in well-being, you need to be prepared for longer periods before your investment pays you back. And we have seen that in other cases, and not to mention the fact that the icing on the cake was the coronavirus pandemic. And I would list a fourth reason for the difficulties. It is difficult to have a different basis other than your country. The Greeks are not familiar with the well-being concept. They may come for the spa over the weekend, but they are not the real well-being customers. Those who come, they book the program and understand what it is that we do. We want to educate the Greeks, train them in the wellness. But I don't want to stay with the negative aspects. Let me come to our success factors. I can say that my view for the investment is long term. I knew this sector, I had studied this sector, not only as an investor, but as a therapist. I studied Chinese medicine, and therefore I was knowledgeable about this sector, and I was eager and willing to make this venture succeed, determined not to abandon the endeavor. I knew I was actually expecting the difficulties that I faced. And something even more important about well-being in Greece, we have a very clear-cut philosophy. For those who do not know it, our philosophy is to bring forth the five elements. Hippocrates spoke about 4 elements. Pythagoras spoke about the 5 elements combined with the tenets of Greek philosophy and mythology. As Susie mentioned, we have, to give you an example, we have a retreat looking at the Odyssey as a trip into self-knowledge using the 5 elements. So there is a local character, there is a raison d'être, and otherwise there is no point in founding Thai or Chinese spine Greece. Full of foreign therapies. Those who come to Greece choose it not only for the specific business that is offered to them, but also because it is important when we develop wellness tourism in Greece to give it, to invest it with a Greek dimension, because this is going to be our competitive advantage. What Euphoria does, our competitors cannot do, because it is linked to the place. And it's not only a matter of philosophy, but a matter of architectural design as well. Apart from the wealth factor of our design, Mrs. Efremoglu, I don't want to interrupt you, but please do complete your presentation in the next 3 minutes. So I was saying that design is important. It is full of Byzantine elements, given that we are based on in Mistras, and it serves our philosophy. So our architecture also refers our customer to the 5 elements. So there is this design philosophy that go into this whole concept. We have invested in 2 things, in staff. Very important. We have trained our staff. The Greeks may be great therapists, but they don't. But they need a lot of training. We train them for many months, and we saw that when you do train your therapist, the result is very rewarding. There is no school, so each and every business will have to invest in training, and of course we invested a lot in the marketing and PR part abroad. And this is why we are more widely recognized, and this is why we have been awarded many prizes. We never had any help from the state. I need to tell you this. Finally, I believe, and this is my philosophy, that someone has to have a reason in order to do anything. Now wellness is in fashion, and there may be a gold rush, but for me well-being is a way for me to give back this gift of life that I received when I was very young, and I'm very passionate about what I'm doing. So please do ask yourself seriously why you want to go into wellness if you do. Thank you.
Με χαρά να καλέσω την επόμενη ομιλήτριά μας.
Dr. Kalliopi Kalaidzi is the next speaker. Physical medicine and rehabilitation, lifestyle medicine and culinary coaching, head of lifestyle medicine department in Euroclinic Athens, and academic scholar in Attikon University Hospital. Thank you, Mrs. Tabourea. Thank you for the introduction. I thank the organizing committee for this honor, this invitation to attend this conference, which gives a new dimension in the approach of medical tourism. And if you wish, this is also something that I find extremely interesting. Now, in my lecture, I shall explain why I have chosen, because Mrs. Tabourea asked me why I have chosen a German term to use in a conference held in Greek and English. But let me explain. My disclosure, I'm the scientific director for the first lifestyle medicine department in Greece, in Euroclinic, and always in any medical congress, wherever I'm delivering a speech, this is not exactly a medical conference, but I'm always starting all my lectures reminding people what is health. So according to the WHO, the definition since 1948 is shown here. It's not the lack of disease or disability, but a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So well-being means health. Health is well-being. This is the definition of health. But physical, mental, and social well-being are interrelated, and this is also true for physicians. And this is another graph which is well known to all those involved in health politics and public health. It shows how our health is affected by each one of those components. And we see that only 10% of our health has to do with the health system, with the healthcare. However, most public debate and most of the money are channeled to this 10%, that is the health system, the healthcare system. And sometimes I wonder, are we health professionals or disease professionals? Because we are mostly dealing with disease, not health. And we see that 40% has to do with our behavior and looking for nice places for wellness and for a good way of life. This is 40%, and this can help us more with prevention and the treatment of diseases. And then it's 30% is genetics. But even there, even in genetics, its expression can be affected by our way of life, the same as the environment and social components. According to the WHO, again, 80% of the risk factors for early death from cardiovascular diseases, stroke, and diabetes can be prevented. And on the other hand, 2015, before COVID, 40 million deaths were due to non-infectious diseases. That is all those that we all suffer from. And we found out after the pandemic, because we said he died from a concomitant disease. And what is the meaning? It could be some hypertension and some diabetes, which can all be prevented. So the whole crisis of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, has pointed out how important it is to protect our health so as to be less vulnerable to any future problems. And this is definitely something that we can do. Now, in parallel, at the same time, while struggling with arterial hypertension and stroke and diabetes mellitus, which becomes a pandemic, is becoming a pandemic, in 2023, in January, David Sinclair, who is gifted scientist in Harvard. He's the guy actually who is dealing with aging. So in Cell, in this renowned scientific review, he published with his associates a study which concludes that aging can be reversed because they have managed to do so with rats. So Sinclair and his partners believe that if we scratch a gene, a CD, if the DNA is a CD, we scratch it through genetic changes. Anything in our way of life, what we eat, what we do, how we move. And this scratches our genetic material, and we can repolish this CD, and therefore we can reverse aging. And this is happening in 2023. So we do have the know-how, the technology and the science to reverse aging. On the other hand, everyone wants to die very, very old. At the age of 100 years after a party without any health problem and being very, very active. This is what everyone wants. This happens when another professor from Harvard has said that it's very. George Church said that there are people today who could, in theory, of course there are many ethical dilemmas there, who may not have a maximum limit in their life. Peter Diamantis, who is a Greek, a very gifted person, so he said that in the past years, if we see the economics of it, we managed to increase the average age limit, but we did that at a very, very high price, very high cost. So all those who go beyond a certain age cost a lot to the system, and the systems may collapse. However, there are studies showing that if we extend the average life by 1 year, then $38 trillion can be added every year to the global economy. And what is everyone seeking? Why are we discussing today? Because we all want the eternal youth. However, although this is our pursuit, although we are aware of the studies and the medicine can cure a lot of diseases and we know how to prevent the diseases, even if this is not an adequate course in the schools of medicine. However, we know that the percentage of mortality is due to the 3 Fs. No mobility, no moving, not moving our legs, smoking, and unhealthy food. It seems that lately unhealthy food is higher than smoking as the first cause of death. All those processed food stuff that we consume, and this has a huge cost worldwide, and the health systems cannot make it. So necessarily we have to go towards wellness, but not just because some people, wealthy people with a lot of money, are willing to spend their money in very nice centers, but because the health systems are not sustainable. These are figures from 2007 to 2016. You see the cost of each European. And let me now come to our subject. This was just food of thought before presenting my opinion whether Greece could become Florida or kurort for Europe or for the entire world. Why have I used the word kurort? Because I happened to be in Dresden to do my specialty, and before studying plastic surgery there, I was in this rehabilitation center. You may believe that this is a high luxury resort costing 30,000 euro per week. No, this is a rehabilitation center reimbursed by public security, public social security in Germany. 1,200 beds, approximately 200 beds are ICU beds. There is also a child department. And just by a doctor's prescription, patients can go there for 1, 2, 3 weeks, because every 3 weeks you have to reassess the patient. And I should say that rehabilitation, if you think about rehabilitation in Greece, because I'm mostly a rehabilitation doctor, you may think of strokes or musculoskeletal problems. Rehabilitation in Germany is not just for such neurological diseases or strokes. It is also for diabetes or heart attack patients or metabolic syndrome patients, obese patients, so that in order to prevent a stroke, or oncological cancer patients. This does not exist here. And then my fate sent me to Berlin, where I was involved in cancer rehabilitation, which does not exist in Greece. While a patient in Europe, after chemotherapy, could come to Greece which is heavens, and with medical guidance, because of course he will be in fear having completed his treatment, to approach health with the definition that we gave before. So I'm convinced that Greece could become the kurort of at least for Europe, and I'm very proud being a physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor, because we see patients in a holistic manner. So what is rehabilitation? It is real life. We have to educate patients how to live based on their disease. This is what happens in rehabilitation, but more or less this is all done in wellness locations. They do exercise, physiotherapy, massage, psychological support, stress management, group therapy, cooking classes, quit smoking, losing weight, and so on. So where is this taking place in Germany? I'm presenting this as a good example. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to take a good example and see how they are doing it there and do the same. So there are very nice course. I could not translate the word exactly because it's not exactly rehabilitation centers as we know them, although there are rehabilitation centers in Greece. I know at least one that has invested a lot in wellness, but this is only an exception. So in Germany they have those courses in idyllic places, and this is all reimbursed by the German Social Security, and this is a list. It is in German. I could not translate it all. It indicates the diseases because there may be people who do have a disease. So it's for cardiovascular diseases, rheumatoid diseases, respiratory diseases, skin problems, kidney, renal problems, children, and also for gastrointestinal problems. So almost all diseases have a place for rehabilitation and reimbursed, covered by Social Security. And so there is rehabilitation when you have a disease, but then there is also an orange, a yellow part, which is prevention. This prevention is also reimbursed. It is also covered by Social Security. This is the how to do it. Now, for the question whether Greece could become Florida or kurort, you see that we see that in Florida, for example, which is among the top states for pensioners, and on the right part, on the big graph, we see that people above the age of 65, this is the third. Florida is third. The yellow shows how many people above the age of 65 were not born in Florida. So from all over the US, people who have retired go to Florida to stay there. But I have question marks. Can Greece become Florida of Europe? No, because the elderly people mostly need medical care, and they mostly want to live on the islands. We know that, all colleagues being here and all those involved in the medical sector know that our islands are not are not best placed, best positioned in terms of healthcare, which is a problem for most elderly people. And usually they have many benefits in their countries, especially Nordic countries, when they are elderly, because they have home assistance and so on, which does not exist here. It's very difficult to organize it. You need a lot of time and amendments in legislation. But these very nice rehabilitation centers, which are actually the wellness or well-being centers, this is where we could invest. And how could this be done? I believe we have to become the first in Europe to deal with way of life medicine, which is proper medicine, mainstream medicine. It's not alternative medicine, it's proper medicine. And this is medicine that deals with the guidelines related to the way of living. For example, diabetes mellitus patient. What do the guidelines say? Exercise and a good diet. And if this is not effective, then you will get medication. Or arterial hypertension, good diet and exercise. And if this is not effective, we give medication. Hyperlipidemia, exercise and good diet. and or if not effective, then you get medication. But this is something that we do not do enough in medicine, although this is indicated clearly, and there is a lot of evidence. I'm talking here evidence-based. Because I'm a physician, I cannot do otherwise. So this is a new specialty in medicine. And I believe that in Greece, in the school, we have to invest in the School of Medicine. And we have started doing so. I'm an academic scholar, for example, and the School of Medicine, at least in Athens, has people who are open-minded, and I believe that many young colleagues will be trained. These are the pillars of lifestyle medicine. And why can Greece become the kurort and use the mainstream medicine? Because we have two comparative advantages. I will not talk about beauty because this is subjective. People may like sea or mountains. But this is because all these last years, the Mediterranean diet is diet number one in terms of health, a healthy diet. And Mediterranean diet is not just tomatoes and oregano and olive oil. It starts from the base of the pyramid, how we eat, local produce, the fact that we sit around the table and drink some wine and discuss with, have a chat with friends and move. This is the culture which is the base of the Mediterranean diet in Greece. And this is something that we only have because there is more than one Mediterranean diet, which, so this is mostly Cretan diet and diet in Corfu. These are the two diets on which the concept of Mediterranean diet was based. And of course, Greece is one of the 5 blue zones worldwide. People believe, forget to die in Greece because of the culture, the mindset. This is what makes us different. So we have Mediterranean diet. We are one of the blue zones. So these are two comparative advantages that we should not forget when we claim a share in the well-being market. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε την κυρία Καλαϊτζή. Πολύ ωραία και ενδιαφέροντα και αυτά που ακούτε.
Thank you.
Speaker, Mrs. Nina Hornwall, with the subject, what are the needs of modern leisure travelers? She is the commercial director of Apollo, the touristic Nordic EBE. Probably she left. Okay. Is she here? Where is she? Oh, okay. Hello.
So, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. You may start.
I will start. So thank you very much. My name is Nina Hornwall. Thank you for the kind invitation. I have had the pleasure of listening to many of these interesting speakers. I am working as a commercial director for the big tourism group, Der Touristik. And I will, of course, speak to you as representing the entire group, but with the knowledge and experience deriving from my work for the last 10 years for Der Touristik Nordic and the quite well-known brand Apollo. And I will speak to you from a different angle, of course, but I think that many of the wise and interesting things that have already been said, that it might be a combination altogether and turning it into a practical angle. My approach to this interesting topic has been, okay, if you as a tour operator was asked to develop something in Greece, how would you do that? And that leads us to the question, so what are the needs of modern leisure travelers And who are they? First of all, I will give you a few words on who we are as a group. I'm sorry, this is, it's a wrong slide. Yes, det är fel. Wait, det här är inte den första sliden. There. The group is the DARE group, the second biggest group in Europe, with 8.4 million customers all over Europe, with 6.5 billion in turnover, and with more than 10,000 employees. You see the different countries of Europe, and where you see white-colored countries, there you have main tour operators with mass tourism. Where there is a gray color, it's more specialist and premium, smaller tour operators. We have a DMC network all over the world, also in Greece. DMC is the destination management companies ready to support, to help out with different investments and different kinds of launches. We have a huge partnership with hotels all over the world. We also have our own hotels with our own brands, but the majority, of course, is all the partnerships that we have entered into on the globe, and not the least in Greece. This photo actually is showing one product where we have gone into partnership for a product that I will come back to later and talk more about. This is one of the very successful sports products in the northern part of Greece. Actually, it's in Sivota, up in Epirus. I will come back to that. The mother company of my group is the retail company Rewe, one of the big corporations in Germany, one of the biggest actually, with 76.5 billion euros in revenues, with 380,000 employees, and a lot of stores and travel agencies all over the country. So that is me, that is us, this is the company and the group that I am representing. Now let's go up to the part of Europe that I really know the best. My arena, my responsibility as a commercial director in the tour operator. So this is DARE Touristic Nordic with the well-known brand in Greece, Apollo. So a few words about my market, because that's where the matter starts. That's where the process starts. What is my market like? The Nordic population is one of the most traveled parts of the world. If you look at this scheme, look at the travel frequency outbound. This looks not so impressive, but I can tell you that the Scandinavians and the Nordics, they travel more than most nationalities in Europe. They also travel domestic, and if you look at the domestic layer above the outbound layer, you can see that offering the right products, there is also a share to take for destination countries, taking from the domestic traveling. Scandinavia is such as 25 million euros, 25 million people. So it's not a very big population, but it's a traveling people. And I want to ask you a question. Do you know why we travel so much? We travel so much because of the climate. Scandinavians have been used to the last 40, 50 years to travel because they have to recharge their batteries. It's cold, dark, and we miss the sun. We miss the sea, we miss the good Mediterranean climate. As soon as the Scandinavians have a very good summer, we can see that there is a negative effect. The sun and the climate is the driver. The Nordics have a medium stable income. It's not the highest in Europe. They are not very rich, but they have a good vacation. They have gone used to traveling, and that is why the travel share is so high. During 10 consecutive years before the pandemic, air travel to the south was constantly increasing. Of course, we had a dent in the curve during the pandemic, but that is, I think, quite normal for everybody. That was a few words on the background of my market up there. We are the market leaders up in the Nordics for Greece. We are the biggest tour operator from Scandinavia to Greece. And at the end of this month, there will be a new source market added to our portfolio and to my responsibility, and that will be the Netherlands. So from 25 million people, we will add another approximately 20 million, which makes that quite interesting to see how health tourism into Greece could be developed. And why is it so? This is about our growth. We have a growth strategy to take back the volumes that we lost during the pandemics, but this comes without saying. This is more interesting. Look at the customer structure of ours. Almost 50% of the customers that we have in our portfolio are what we call empty nesters. They are between 46 and 65 years old. You can see that the share of older people above 65 is quite low. But 50% of our customers, you find them in the target group of 46 to 65. And the senior segment is supposed to increase over the upcoming years. And if you look at the chart to the right, you see very clearly that the light blue segment, the one of the elderly people, is the segment that has the steepest increase when it comes to forecast their traveling. So we already have the big segment of people between 46 to 65. We see the senior segment grow tremendously, and we see that those are the ones who are supposed to travel. We know that almost 50%, 46% of the Nordic travelers, they choose today to spend their holidays at a conceptualized hotels. I can tell you right away that the different data, they're collected from different kinds of research, and if somebody is interested, I can provide them all. It's from McKinsey, it's from the Boston Group, and it is from Kairos Future up in Scandinavia. So almost 50% of the Nordic travelers, they choose to go with conceptualized hotel. Why? Because they feel secure and safe, knowing that a concept, if they choose the right concept, it provides for their needs. It caters for their needs. Also, the same number, the same percentage, 46%, they follow the healthy line, the aware lifestyle when they are spending time abroad in the hotels. They try to live healthy, they try to eat healthy. So we see that the healthy lifestyle is already there. It's already within those segments that we have. I have focused this approach around three products. Again, trying to answer the question that I put from the beginning. How would you as a tour operator have this, I wouldn't say problem, this potential, this big potential for business and product development for a leisure player, for a tour operator, but also for Greece. They created three products. The first product is already created. And
Nina, sorry, you have 4 minutes more, just to mention. 4 minutes.
The first product step is the sports product. It's already there. The two second steps must be developed. It's about wellness. We have the people in the middle-aged segment, but what do we have for those people growing older? Not ill, because then we would create a medical product, but we have a gap for those who want instruction, who wants to have support for an active lifestyle, but still they don't want to be in a hospital. So I see two products that could be developed in Greece. I can talk quickly about my experience of the first product. It is based on the customer needs. There was a strategy based on the customer needs, on the customer satisfaction that we had identified, and very clear criteria for what these products should be. Mild and warm climate, a serious player with good governmental relations, varied landscape around, because it's not only a hotel, it's not a product, it's a destination. It must work as a destination. We created not only criteria, we created core values for what this product should be. So in other words, it resulted in 6 different hotels. It's chain, it's extremely successful, both for the owners, for the customers, and for us as tour operators. There was a very structured way of working with the first product, the sports product. So again, there is a gap for wellness and medical. And I do think that it would be a pity for Greece to leave the medical product, as somebody said before. I don't share that opinion. I think the opportunity is huge. I, as a tour operator, I would be pleased to support the sales, marketing, investments, long contracts to reassure investors and banks that we will fill the hotels. We could utilize a trustworthy, well-known brand, a tour brand for sales and marketing, and establish those 2 products that would make Greece take lead in this area in Europe, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very useful. Thank you. I will be happy to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Konstantinos Kouskoukis. He is professor of dermatology, lawyer, president of Hippocratic Academy of Thermal Medicine, president of World Academy Chinese and Complementary Medicine, vice president of Global Hippocratic Doctors Institute, general secretary, Ministry of Education, so many, Dr. Kouskoukis, and author of 12 scientific books and almost 200 scientific articles. You may start. Thank you for being here with us.
Οπωσδήποτε πρέπει να τα πούμε. Από αυτούς που μιλούν τελευταίοι έχουν ένα μειονέκτημα.
Well, usually the disadvantage for last speakers is that the audience is tired and there is only a few people left. But the advantage is that you may remember what you last hear. I have a whole presentation which is well structured for 12 minutes because that was the protocol. Although in the morning the speakers took even 40 minutes for each speech. But anyway, I have my PowerPoint presentation that I can give you and I will just point out a few elements. Let me first start by saying that we are all very thankful
Πατούλης, ο Περιφερειάρχης. Και κάνει
to Mr. Patoulis, the regional governor, who has made Attica a region for health tourism. And I'm saying this for other regional governors.
Αυτό είναι πολύ βασικό και πολύ σημαντικό για μένα. Το δεύτερο είναι
This is very important. I also wish to thank and congratulate the organizing committee because they managed to invite so many experts from Greece and abroad to talk about a subject where there are certain facts that need to be clarified. You talked about wellness and well-being. I'm in favor of well-being. And this is the message I'm trying to convey. Wellness is something foreign, which does not represent the Greek culture. The second important aspect, we are talking about Mediterranean diet. That's a mistake. That's a great mistake. The Mediterranean diet has nothing to do with the Greek diet. It just started from Greece, and then Mediterranean peoples have taken it. There's nothing similar between Greece and Egypt, for example. And I'm saying officially that people talk about Cretan diet. There is no Cretan diet, it's Greek diet. And this is we all needed to support if we wanted to make a brand. So if we start talking about Cretan diet or Icarian diet, for example, I have been dealing with longevity for many, many years, and I'm an expert on this. I know that in Icaria people live very long. One of the factors, of course, is the diet, of course. Mrs. Gerekou before talked about the diet in the Corfu. Okay, but we must have a brand for Greek diet. So if there is one important message to take, this is the one. Well-being, not wellness, well-being, as it was put by Hippocrates. This is very important. So I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but I could read for hours. I will just come to the most important points. The topics chosen were excellent. We needed to congratulate the organizing committee and the scientific board. Everything was said about prevention, mental health, physical health. Prevention is the most important. Second important aspect, post-COVID. You know how many people have now mental disorders, the long COVID syndrome or post-COVID syndrome. This was not mentioned today. Mr. Pandos is considered to be number one in the world in IVF. And since the spearhead for medical tourism is IVF, because the legislation is very helpful, so we must have one single face, because if we talk about 10 different specialties, why not dermatology? But we need to have the spearhead if we want to penetrate this market, medical tourism. And in my view, spa tourism is the trigger point, because when I come out and say that now we are not, we go for natural resources instead of medication, and we have the same effect, the same result as with medicine, people have to stay in Greece for a period that lasts only for 20 minutes, and then they will have to come back 6 months later. So I'm asking, is there any other tourism activity that has a mandatory repeater? No. So we have spa tourism, and we are not promoting it. By the way, one slide was indicated thermal springs as the one before the last. We have to change the model in promoting Greece, because we have a natural thermal springs. Bioclimate is another component that's important in Greece, and we have to promote it. And then we are looking for other points to penetrate. You see, we cannot break the market. It is well structured, and this has all been established in marketing. Even this wellness that you are talking about, which I call well-being, there are priorities. The First Lady in the morning said that Greece does not exist in the wellness map, well-being map, but it exists in thermal medicine. Since 2019, the academy that I'm chairing has established the Greek flag in the world developments. Until then, the Greek flag was not there, and we introduced it. And thank God Mrs. Gerekou said, yes, 3, 4, 5 physicians can meet and organize the promotion, but on medical facts. We discussed about spas. I want to introduce a different term, medical spa or medi-spa, meaning that if all this is done after a medical umbrella, then specific instructions have to be followed for specific diseases, as mentioned by the physician before. So this lifestyle medicine is about prevention. Be careful, there are several activities on spas abroad. I don't know about any rehabilitation center here being on spas, One is on Sigru Avenue, another one in the area of Koropi. I don't know any rehabilitation center on a thermal spring, on a spa, on a natural spring. While abroad, they build such rehabilitation centers on natural springs because there is evidence that the results are beneficial. There was a question in the morning, how many spas do we have in Greece? 750, but those are natural springs. The natural springs are 120, and only 82 of those have been certified, acknowledged. Recognition and certification and license of operation are three different things that have to be distinguished. So now that we are going into the post-COVID era, we have to be very careful because we have to bring people to Greece. I will give you the presentation. There's no point in going into the details. I will respect your instructions, Madam Chair. So these are the different forms of tourism: medical tourism, traditional spa tourism, or thermalism, wellness beauty spa. This is quite complicated. Wellness is about beauty and caressing and feeling nice, while medical means specific rules. Here, even Chinese medicine that we have to respect the same as spa medicine, here we don't respect it. There are hairdressers that are doing acupuncture here. And then there is a risk of pneumothorax and air penetrating the lungs. So we have to protect all that. So my approach, my personal approach, is holistic. We don't see the person with the symptom. We see the person as one entire person, a holistic entirety, including even social well-being. With such a holistic approach, we can gain more because physicians study for so many years and go very, very deep, but forget about the whole. So we go back to Hippocrates with a holistic approach. The same is done in China. And I have to tell you that Chinese medicine was recognized as a complementary treatment. There was a joint ministerial decision a few days ago saying that yes, spa tourism is approved and Chinese medicine, spa medicine, excuse me, and Chinese medicine is mainstream medicine. And I am responsible of coordinating the whole program for the certification, for Chinese medicine certification, because Chinese medicine is just not just for pain, it is also for prevention and wellness and well-being. So first, if you feel well with yourself, you are healthy. If you are in misery every day, you are old from the day you are born. And sometimes I see old people, elderly people who look very young because they feel young. This is where medicine starts from. There are a few things that are of decisive importance because here we have to convey our experience from life. So there is a wide range of preventive and therapeutic applications using natural thermal resources. Many people think that only elderly people go to spas. No, that's a mistake. It's for any age, from early childhood up to senior age, but of course under medical supervision. And you can read in my presentation our potential. And if you have people staying here for 20 days, just for 10 or 20 minutes per day in therapy, then you can make clusters. Do you want health tourism? Okay, this is all combined. All forms of tourism are combined. That's why spa tourism is viewed as the top thematic tourism. although ministries do not even mention that. They started from the gastronomic tourism, which is a mistake again, because we are talking about Greek diet, healthy diet, not gastronomy. Gastronomy is about eating and filling up our bellies. This is not the case. This is Hippocrates' country. This is what we have to preserve. Here I'm showing all different development options, the current trends globally. You will read my presentation and you will see. Here we see we have primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention for chronically ill patients. Mrs. Kalaidzi said before about such chronically ill patients, which is a huge number. And where do they go? Injured people, a big businessman in Sweden. He was taken in the rehabilitation center, he underwent surgery, but then he wants to stay somewhere, to park somewhere. Here in Greece, where we have the luxury hotel with medical services, this person will keep spending his money here. So, I firmly believe that speaking of tourism, we are talking about four different eras of tourism and high quality tourism. I'm not a racist, but high quality tourism means to receive people who can afford it. For other types of tourism, there are social funds. There is also a law, cross-bordering law. People covered by Social Security in Norway, for example, Mrs. Kalaidzi told you what happens in that German town. This is reimbursed by Social Security. Here, the Greek organization gives 150 euro. So where can he go for such therapies just with 150 euro? So these are the current trends in Greece. These are a few numbers that are really impressive because now there are 4.2 trillion dollars, and this is from the Global Wellness Institute. This morning, the figures were shown by one of the first speakers. She said it's 4.5. I fully agree. Life expectancy, we all know about it because we are growing old and we are growing healthy because we have medication. What are those people going to do after retirement? So we can invite them here in Greece with a very nice climate. That's why Germans keep buying houses here in Greece. We see them buying, we see the Germans buying, and we don't do anything about it. Mr. Angelopoulos said this morning, we are not talking about big hotels, big buildings. No, the trends have changed. Now people want small houses in the nature, by the sea, or on the mountain. And now people are talking about winter tourism all of a sudden. Where was winter tourism a few years ago? They were talking about the 3 S's, sea, sun, and you understand the third one. Now they are talking about entertainment and education and economy. And one more E, the 4 E's. So the trends now are different. So we have to go into that process. This is the global environment. So look, if we develop all this, we can make millions and we can create numerous new jobs. We talked about Florida and Coolport. So if those people come down here, there are so many new jobs that will be created and our GDP will be boosted. Mrs. Gerekou said before that we have a major increase in our GDP. Very nice. And since, Madam Chair, I wish to comply with your timeline, I'm available to answer any of your questions. And let me show you some places that make us proud as Greeks. This is Galini. This is in Kamena Vourla, let me inform you. And Kamena Vourla was acquired by Mitz's company. There was a tender that was conducted by the privatization fund. This is where we are holding our conferences. This is where we held the second World Spa Medicine Congress. I think that you are all astonished. You haven't seen that before. Where is that? This is 4 stars plus hotel constructed by Russians on Khalkidiki. Miragio is the name of the hotel with a private marina. 4,000 spa places on one floor and more places on the other floor, swimming pools, and it's not promoted, people don't know. This is Thermasile, the only recognized and certified center abroad. So the second one in Greece. And this is in Platistomo, impressive spa, but it is it has shut down and it has been abandoned because it belongs to the Hellenic State Property Association, and there is no staff there for development. This is in Loutraki, Corinth. This is Methana, the historic spa in Methana. It's near Athens. This is a private spa, which is very good. This is Agia Paraskevia on Chalkidiki, and this is Vouliagmeni Lake in Athens. And as you see, we do have Vouliagmeni Lake. And this is Posa, 2 rivers. One is frozen, the other one is 38 degrees. This is the beauty of nature. And then we construct buildings. And there's also mud therapy, which you may not know. Since I'm a dermatologist, let me tell you that this is the best medicine for psoriasis or for cosmetic reasons, because you are using products with Dead Sea. Why Dead Sea and not a live sea? That's the question. Thank you.
Let us welcome our next speaker, Mr. Theodore Liakopoulos, with the subject, what do big corporations want for their employees? He is the managing director of Johnson & Johnson Hellas.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ, κυρία Ταμπουρέα. Ακούγομαι?
Καλησπέρα, κύριε Λιακόπουλε. Σας ακούμε πολύ καλά. Ευχαριστώ.
Καλησπέρα. Είχα και εγώ μια παρουσίαση να δείξω, αλλά νομίζω ότι ο χρόνος...
I had a presentation, but I don't think I will have time to present it all together. In order for everybody to understand what Johnson & Johnson does for health and well-being. It is what Johnson & Johnson use as a health business. We are one of the biggest providers, health providers globally, so we did have to go by definition into well-being and health. I'll tell you what we do globally and locally as well. We follow the directives. One of our basic targets is the insurance of our staff's good health. We want smiling, healthy faces in our premises, because this is how we can make the difference with our clients, our results, our company and our country. So as a company, we invest in 3 pillars: healthy eating, healthy movement, healthy mind. Our company in Greece, we have a medical doctor in the company twice a week for our staff to take any checkups that they need. We cooperate with private hospitals for more complete health checkups. We have health management programs. Each and every member of the staff with a health issue can visit a medical group for tests and for tests. We have a vaccination program, not only for COVID, and we actually push our people to think about prevention, because as Mrs. Kalaidzi said very aptly, It is what we need to train people in. And one second thing that we do is employee assessment center. We have an employee assessment center. It is a psychologist group or team that deals with mental issues of our staff. They are of course confidential, but they can go to the psychologists and get assistance. And we, on a weekly level, there is a special space in the company for the people that want to participate. There is family care. And one final thing that happened with COVID is that some people do not want to go to work physically. In Johnson & Johnson, we have a hybrid model, 3 days in the office, physical presence, and 2 days work from home. I think this is here to stay. There is no going back. Most companies have adopted such models. As for diet, as previous speakers have repeated a number of times, we have a dietitian that comes once a week for physical meetings with the staff and online as well. And in the catering and our restaurant, we have special meals served depending on the preferences of our employees. Also, weekly sessions for gym, and we have programs, contracts with fitness centers and some group exercises for all our employees. And I will finish by saying that this is a must for all of us. If we don't do this, we would never have the, if we didn't do that, we would never have the success that we have seeing healthy and smiling faces in our company, in the premises. People are the most valuable asset of our company. Companies are made up of people, and we give what we have for these people. We invest in them, and this is not something that can be altered. Thank you very much. I think that very beautiful messages came out of your conference, and because I heard a lot about Meditourism, and because our business participates in Meditourism programs in other countries, I shall suggest that you take into consideration private initiative and companies, private companies in the realm of health. Thank you, Mr. Iliakopoulos. You are an exemplary business, an example to emulate. I think you made many businesses here envious. And now the next speaker, Olga Stamathioudaki, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Director, Qualco.
All the different aspects of well-being that we saw today are very interesting. I have the same title in my presentation as Mr. Iliakopoulos, so I will try to be as brief as possible. I am Olga Stamathioudaki. I represent Qualco Group. We are active in the field of technology and financial services. And we will see together what the corporations, big corporations, want for their employees. Before answering this question, I will put it differently. The point is what the employees want from the big corporations. This is the big question today. I will go through my slides very, very quickly. Well-being in the workplace is a major trend lately. Worldwide, all good corporations, not necessarily big, focus on their people and the well-being of their staff, because obviously a healthy workforce is a happy and more efficient workforce with all the outcomes mentioned by Mr. Liakopoulos in the individual results and also the results of the corporations. Now, in the new work environment, well-being is in the center, in the focus, together with technology and environmental concerns, especially after the pandemic, because we have all seen how vulnerable we are. So in Qualco, we have a broader approach to well-being for our people, and we are trying to create a good experience at all points where we meet with our employees, from the moment when they step on our threshold and throughout our partnership. We see well-being in a broader way, I will explain, and we are trying to give the concept of flexibility, which is here to stay after the pandemic. The way we work and we perceive our work and relation with the employer have changed, and this affects working hours, working place, and benefits granted to our people. Well-being is that broad for us. It includes financial well-being. How can we talk about well-being if we have not first secured the financial well-being of our people and their families? I will say more on this later. The career well-being, how professionals evolve in the corporation. Physical well-being, which is physical health and safety, mental health and safety, mental health as we call it lately, this becomes more and more important lately in corporations, and finally environmental well-being and community well-being, because we feel we have a duty as employers to engage our people and awaken our people and raise awareness on environmental and societal issues, because this all creates the well-being, not only our well-being, but also the broader one. Concerning the financial well-being, obviously we are talking about the finances of our people, competitive remuneration, insurance programs, equal pay treatment, performance-based bonuses, that all big businesses and smaller businesses have established. Concerning the career well-being, there are many programs that have to do with the promotion, the development of our people, mobility opportunities and talent mobility and so on and so on. I will show you on the next slides what we have done for our people. First of all, we consider that well-being in the workplace starts with the place itself, the space. So this is where good working conditions start from. So in this context, all new offices are designed with well-being in the focus. This is how we built our new offices 1 year ago, with more green. We have also built offices focusing on people and new forms of work, because people may work in smaller groups in a quiet office, or in bigger groups, or work remotely, or work physically. And there are very good conditions now that help people's well-being. People can have some rest, sit somewhere, and have some good time. And in this context, we have also organized a gym, a state-of-the-art gym in our premises, with group courses, group lessons, fitness lessons that people can attend either if they are in the office or remotely. We have also arranged a beauty salon for female employees to bring some services closer to our people so that they can save time, and a small massage, a treatment place in the offices, because people who are working with technology suffer mostly from musculoskeletal problems, and this was this has a great appeal to our people. We also have the luxury of having very nice external places because we are high up in the area of Marousi, and we are using those open air spaces. You can sit there or work there. And now we are building a restaurant, an inside restaurant with the same logic: healthy food, healthy meals, in order to complete this physical well-being offering of our company. Now, on the level of the physical well-being and mental well-being, we are doing a lot of things. Sky is the limit. We have an internal medical practice with certified staff during all working hours for any emergency or any other issue. We have many incidents. We have 24/7 physician, visiting doctor who only comes for consultation and prescriptions. We have a support physician for musculoskeletal problems because we have a high rate of musculoskeletal issues because of our sitting position. We have also focused a lot on mental health of our people lately. And before the pandemic and throughout the pandemic, we have tried a call line where people could call to ask for help, a helpline. And in 2022, we have also introduced an on-site psychologist who comes to the office twice per week because it's impressive how people book the appointments, and he's very busy. So it's extremely interesting. People talk about personal problems, professional problems. They discuss with the psychologist and they are very happy. In the same context, we have a nutritionist who may come and give you a program combining a healthy diet and fitness and so on. Another important aspect, a couple of more slides, people's engagement. It's not just about physical well-being. There is a series of actions that create awareness, where people take part, for example, running a marathon for a good cause, or empowerment of women, even a series of our own podcasts that we have created on matters related to the well-being that have been very helpful for people to redefine their relation with work and personal life and work-life balance. And this last summer, since it was 2 years after the pandemic, because even now we are working remotely 50-50. We wanted to bring people closer and give them the pleasure of some activities that can take place only in our country. So we had a catamaran program last summer. So one day, people with their groups in the office, with their teams, could have a one-day cruise in the Saronic Gulf in a catamaran. Now, environmental and community, this is also part of well-being, and this is one of our duties as a corporation. A lot can be done there. There is still a long way to go if we wanted to build an environmental culture. Recycling, better waste management, electrical cars, charging stations in the office, transportation of our staff by bus, and also participation in broader societal issues. There are many people who are interested, and this is indeed a criterion for people to choose us as their employers. In general, investment in company well-being, corporate well-being, will have a payback very, very soon, with very specific and positive results for the employees, the employers, the investors, shareholders, everyone. That was all from me. Thank you. Congratulations, Madam Stamathioudaki. That's an amazing company, and what you offer is amazing. So with this speech, we have reached the end of this forum. Thank you very much, everyone. Excellent presentations were made. I see here that there are requests from people to have the PowerPoint presentations from Mr. Kouskoukis, Mr. Liakopoulos, and other presentations that were not projected because of time limitations. Most natural springs in Greece, Mr. Kouskoukis, are abandoned, people comment. There is no further comment from the participants. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you again in the next one. And congratulations, a lot of congratulations to the organizing committee and everyone.